Oh, g'day champions! How are we? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I'm down here today. How are we all? Back to it, legends. How's the stream quality? We looking alright? No, not leveling. Full refret on this one. Just sharpening up my little art knife. Could just change the blade, I guess, but 20 seconds of wrist action makes all the difference in the world, eh? Oh, so immature. So we're doing a stainless steel refret to this one. It's got to get picked up on Thursday. Got a ass down, head up. What? Head down, ass up. Catch up time. After having the weekend off, which I normally don't do. We're way behind. Everyone is stressing me out, asking for definitive pickup dates, and I can't tell them because I don't know how long all the jobs in front of them are going to take. Video's looking great. Excellent. So we're going to use some a little bit of heat from the soldering iron to assist these frets out. But first I'm going to scribe either side of them. Excuse me, I just wolfed down something to eat because I knew I was going to be streaming for the next 2 hours or so. And as soon as I go to press live, the customer comes in. It's always the way. Mr. Ted Woodford had a loss. That last video, the neck was so badly backbowed. Had this weird truss rod insert that was unable to be repaired. Yeah, backbow's not great. Hey Frankie, here he is. Finally lined up schedules. Yeah, backbow's a pain in the ass. You've got to do something about the shape of the neck before you can do anything else. And if it's too far, there's not enough. Well, you know, if the truss rod's not responding, if it's a single action and you backed it all the way off. The only other option is to install a dual action, so you can actually force the neck forwards. There's a few things that can cause backbow other than the timber too, like the fret tangs being too tight in their slots. Each fret being real hard to push in because the fret slots are really tight. It has a cumulative effect when you press in the new frets and bows the neck backwards as it expands the front face of the fretboard length longitudinally. So then that has the effect of backbowing. Brands like Martin pre-truss rod, or you know, non-adjustable truss rod, sorry, use that to their advantage to help the truss rod counteract the string tension. But it's sort of a pretty twitchy way of doing it, and there's no way to tell whether you've done it right or not until you've finished fretting it and then you string it up. And if it's too far, well, what do you do then? You can do things like heat treating, removing the fret. In extreme cases, you can remove the fretboard and glue it back on under tension, and those two skins will form together and actually sort of, you can fight the direction the timber wants to move. Sort of like laminating a form, like a chair or a curved panel or something. When you've got both of them glued together in that curve, it sort of locks in that curve. So there's ways around it, but it depends what the budget is, you know. Because simple fret job can turn into a multiple day shit fight that you got to charge multiple $1,000s for. if you've got a business where you need to pay bills. I kind of miss the garage days when you could afford to make a loss on every job because you didn't really have any overheads. So you kept everyone happy and healthy, and kept their guitars or their instruments on the road. But when you've got bills, if you don't cover those bills, you will go under. So it sucks a lot of the fun and exploration out of it. But I try to put a day aside, not the band, if you're watching Done. I try to put a day aside for those kinds of jobs, just for self growth and experimentation. Where I'm sort of the aim of the day is not to make a profit, but more to learn something or develop a new technique, or just do something I've never done before. There's plenty of the things I haven't done before. It's for sure champions. Got Baroness cranked in the background. Love Baroness. I think this is the blue record at the moment. Blue record? Yeah. Or maybe purple. I get the two mixed up. Back bow is not something you run into often, is it? Not very often. Usually it's just the truss rod being adjusted wrong. Anyway, how is everyone? Pete, Wes, I saw Mum up there somewhere. Dad, how you going? Chris, Wes, Mark, Andy. Andy, you said, was it you, Andy, that was saying you were thinking about doing a live stream? Or was that a different Andy? You know, people have their name on screen and then their actual channel name something else. Admiral Quality, how you going? Kaboom 22. James, how you going? Bazza. And Frankie. I had my self-growth removed. Got a new fridge today. Fuck yeah. It's summer over there, isn't it? Where are you, Lou? Chris? I'm going to trip up on your name forever. Alrighty. I hope it didn't bore you too much with the random walk around videos over the weekend, but it was good fun. Got pretty good results from the camera. There's still room for improvement, but experimentation is the name of the game. Got a few weird looks, but I think I was more self-conscious about it when I started filming. Later on, I just didn't give a fuck. Walking around, no one's going to bother you. I'm kind of a chunky looking dude with a beard, so no one really gets in your face. Pretty convenient. I'd hate to get bothered by everyone. What a pain in the ass that'd be. Imagine that. Yeah, so next I'm going to try 4K. There's no real way to live stream stereo using that app though, which is kind of a bit of a pain in the ass. Everything's mono. Stereo gives you that full sort of immersive feel, whereas mono not so much. Let's see how easily these frets come out. Oh, I'll dent that at some stage. I'll clear that up, otherwise I'll put scores in the fretboard. Dilly gaff, that's right. Seattle-ish. Ah, cool. Seattle seems like a really cool place. I know he's punchy though. Yeah, but when you're in the city and stuff, you want to be surrounded. Like you want to be like enveloped by the sound. I reckon. So I might be able to do these without heat. Usually I'll just do a taste test down near the last fret and see how easily they come out. I got a feeling this was a previous refret anyway, because some overhang on the ends, some inconsistencies that you don't really see from Fender. This is a 94 Strat, so you didn't see. Well, I've never seen inconsistencies from that era, from the factory fret. So I think he did mention this was refretted by someone else previous. I gave him a quote for this one in 2022. I sort of had a double take there, and I looked at the quote because it's still in the system, because it felt like it was about 6 months ago. You and Lyle are so deep in the production. I want to take it a step further. The time investment is out of my reach. Well, I told Lyle the same thing when he was on my case to make my videos better. I said, I don't have time for that shit. You're lucky you get what you get. But then I started, that was before I sort of got back into cameras. So I used to be into cameras back in the film days. And then whenever I went digital, I sort of dropped it and used to be into a bit of photography. And just life got in the way, so I stopped doing it. But and I didn't know anything about it. It was like when I gave up sort of computer stuff around, I don't know, 1997, when I discovered, you know, rock and roll and girls. I didn't want to be the computer nerd anymore. I wanted to be the cool guitarist guy, but I was about 10 years late for that cliche. So when I did buy a computer, I needed to get like right back into it and figure out what was what. Like sort my shit from clay, you know. Fucking sort the fly shit from the pepper. And I did the same about 2-3 years ago with digital cameras, because I didn't know shit about them. And then I went right in the deep end, and then it became a hobby again. So it was sort of a nostalgic sort of return to a previous hobby. And then once I started getting into figuring out the lighting and the technologies available and how actually cheap it is, it was kind of fun, and experiment and make my, because I'm a pretty ugly dude in real life, but with the lighting and shit, it can actually make myself look presentable. so I was kind of surprised when I saw myself looking back at myself, and I thought, self, I'd root you. Jokes. So yeah, it was a bit like, because I'm always stressed and overworked here and running around like a madman and behind schedule, and you know, so it seemed like another sort of inconvenience to worry about, another thing to worry about that I shouldn't have to. 2 ears, 19 speakers. That's the way of Dolby Atmos. Goody guitars, $2, thanks champ. Any questions with that, or there's a lot more busted nuts on YouTube than you? Busted nuts, that's a good word for an ugly person. I can tell you're Australian. I'm a stud, not like you, Patrick Warburton over there. You could be in like a Cologne ad or something, Frankie. You could be a model, Lyle could be a voiceover, and I could be a comedian. or a beer and whiskey reviewer. G'day, Amp Champ. How you going, Dave? What's happening, champ? These are coming out quite easily. Got a little win for once. Felt like such a dickhead. Well, more than usual. I had a Parker Fly guitar where I did a setup on it, and I thought, it's not quite right. I said to the guy, something's a bit off still. He said, oh, that's cool. It's always been a bit, whatever. I looked closely, and fucking ball bearings are missing on the piezo pickups. So I'm like, no wonder I couldn't fucking set it up. But yeah, all the frets came off, or half the frets fell off, and I had to glue them back on one at a time because the Parker flies don't have tangs. They're just like a crown section of a fret that you glue to the face of the carbon fiber neck. It's got some roughed up sections under the frets. Super complex, overly complex design. I'm not going to be taking any more of them in. I don't think that the metal and the carbon fiber shift with temperature changes at different rates. So you can do the best job in the world, and then in the future they'll still probably come off. So I found out that you can get replacement saddles because you can't get just the piezo element with the ball bearings. So I've got some saddles on order from the US, Pennsylvania or somewhere, from Graphtec. Graphtec makes some replacements, but you got to go in and rewire all the individual pickup wires now, which is going to be tricky. So the whole thing's got to come back apart again after bloody. But yeah, the whole reason it came back is because some of the frets after I glued them back on and fallen back off. So I had to reassess and do some more testing because I'd done it before and there was no problems. So that guy's still got that guitar. Like 10 years ago I did a couple and there was no problems at all. And all of a sudden I'm running into issues. So yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. I don't know why people have to reinvent the wheel just to be special. Here's all our old frets behind the camera. Alright, so I'll clean these slots up. I won't actually use the fret saw for that, because there's a bit of glue residue in there from the previous repair. We don't want to go any deeper than we have to, so I'll get my fret wire and set the... Sometimes the fret wire tangs are different from different manufacturers as well. The lengths, I mean. So that saddle set's supposed to make it here probably next week sometime. I'll finally be able to finish that guitar off. Just had a bunch of really difficult jobs, and sometimes people are a bit less than understanding when you have trouble, and puts you back time wise a bit. What's nickel silver go for on the scrap market? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I always wondered that. Silver's not that expensive, but however the price has been rising. But I don't know about alloys. Hey Lyle, how you going, legend? Taking a break from researching adjustable ND filters to be entertained. Yeah, I got a few. I think just look up the reviews for them. Some of them get an X pattern, or like really bad vignetting when you shut down a bit. No sound. Are you sure? Try resetting. Looking from this side, the sound looks okay. I think everyone can hear me alright, can't you? It's nickel copper. Isn't there a slight percentage of silver in it? It's just nickel and copper, is it? Okay. I should know this, but I don't know, I just buy the stuff. Pretty much everyone goes for stainless these days anyway, which is what this is. Costs a little bit extra for the working. You can't use these nippers on the stainless, even though StewMac advertise them as, yeah, you can. You deform the shit out of the blades if you try and use them for stainless, so you kind of have to cut them with heavy duty nippers, which distorts the end of it, so then you've got to file that distorted end off a bit. That's at least the way I've sort of found of most efficient to do it anyway. I guess someone's puttied the ends of these slots and they've actually not done too bad a job. So I might just go in. Some are falling out now. I'll see how it goes with this little slot cleaning tool. Which I just made out of a one of those large art knife, hobby knife things. Normally it had the cutting edge there, you know, like, but I just ground that blunt and then ground a little hook into it. You can buy them, but they cost like 50 bucks or something. I just made one out of shit that I had, and I've had this forever. Your mum's doing better. She drove herself to get a chili dog. Nice. If that's not getting better, nothing is, yeah. Bloody oath. Good to hear, Lyle. Thanks for the updates too. Tell her we said hi. So, what exactly is a chili dog? Please tell me. Because I'm Australian. Is it a hot dog with just chili sauce? Or is it a hot dog with like ground beef chili? Like what we'd call chili, like with beans and stuff in it. Sucking on a chili dog. That's the tasty fruit. What does he say there? Tasty free. Tasty Dairy Queen? No, I don't know. Yeah, they're just the bits of putty at the end are falling out pretty easily, so there's a few of them that are a little bit more resilient than others. Okay, what's Goody Guitars on about? I'm like, yes, he is like $40. I had two 20s in my hand. I handed him the money and he handed me the guitar. He said thank you and I said thank you. Fucking weird, man. What? Are you the buyer of this? Hang on, I gotta scroll back. So I go to buy a piece of shit but cool old Harmony acoustic. I guess this guy must be military. Most people here are. And he comes walking out of the house with the guitar in his hand and he says, it sounds like the start of a joke, are you the buyer of this? Like I was supposed to salute or something. Are you the buyer of this? Well, I guess he's walking out. Are you the buyer of this? Yeah, I get that. That is a bit weird. It's a hot dog in the bun, smothered with chili, with beans and meat. Okay, so real chili. So it's a hot dog with extra, like, ground beef and sauce, with cheese and white onions. Sounds awesome. Tasty freeze. That's what I thought he said. Outside the tasty freeze. I love Mellencamp. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I could listen to Lonesome Jubilee just on repeat. I love that album. That's my favourite album, Lonesome Jubilee. Like paper and fire. Just the combination of the fiddle and the accordion together. That's just like, that screams just 1990 to me. It's just like, because everyone, it was a huge album over here. It was getting played everywhere. Every party we went to as a kid, they'd have it cranked. And just that sound of the accordion and the fiddle together. It's just such a characteristic combination of timbres. Tasty Freeze would be a typical roadside stand selling burgers, dogs and ice cream and shakes. That's all the main food groups, yeah? They probably sold cigarettes back then too. Fiddly-dee, fiddly-doo. Just scraping some slots. So I think we'll redo all the fret ends because these slots are cut all the way through. Some guitars you'll see they'll put a piece of binding on the end instead of just filling the slot with putty, which is a nice touch. Fictional franchise. When will you be on with Tone Talk? I've sent the email, I haven't heard back, but it's alright, whenever they're ready. I'm pretty busy anyway, so I'll hear back eventually. They're just busy boys. I don't know what I'm going to talk about, to be honest. I always say that and 3 hours later though. My problem is, when I catch up with mates who are in the industry, you'd think we'd talk shop, eh? But it's actually kind of often the last thing I want to talk about. I might talk about it a bit, but I want to talk about something other than work, you know? It's starting to feel a bit like a job. But if you're doing a live stream, obviously everyone wants to hear about the subject matter, which is amplifiers. The ASMR. Oh, there's 4 tasty freezers left. Dairy Queen took over. Yeah, I figured that it'd be similar to Dairy Queen, eh? We don't have Dairy Queens here. I think someone tried to start Wendy's over here, but Wendy's was already a brand, a different company over here that just did ice, like soft serve ice cream. And donuts. Basically, it's just a diabetes parlor. And I think most of the Wendy's went bust when Krispy Kreme came out here. And I think I've had a Krispy Kreme donut twice in my life, and they've been out here about 15 years now. And each time it left a horrible greasy feel in my mouth, and I was like, well, I'm not a sweet tooth, so I'll go for sushi, thanks. I'm not a sweet tooth at all. I do like chocolate though, but that's different. It's like chocolate's like a drug. Releases endorphins and all sorts of crazy stuff. These nut slots, these fret slots are really deep, which is a shame. They've almost cut entirely through the fretboard. I don't think they'll like that from the factory. Wendy's was great until about 1990. Well, I was 6 years old, so that's probably the last time I had Wendy's too. Used to have a thing called... Do you guys have flakes over there? The chocolate things? Used to have... I was a real tubby little fucker when I was a kid. Still am a bit, but I was like... They used to call me the World Wide Web, because my name's Brad Webb, and the internet just came out. Well, there's a bit of a chip there from the previous guy I've tried to fill with... looks like epoxy, so I might do a little splint of rosewood there, because that'll make that disappear pretty much. To be fair, yeah, Minnesotans eat really bland food, eh? I've heard that. Dixie creams, you're not missing anything. How much is this fret job? Works out to about $700 Australian, so that's like $350 American or something. 400 American, something like that. Yeah, a refret pretty much eats a whole day if you do it right anyway. There's probably people out there that do it quicker. And good for them. So I got the camera down low because I knew my head was going to be about 3 inches from the thing. Harold and Kumar go to Tasty Freeze. It'll take a lot longer if I talk shit to chat the whole time, but I'm not going to charge extra for that. Gotta get some Baroness merch. Might look at that this afternoon. I'll get a Baroness hoodie. During the 80s, Jack in the Box got a shipment of kangaroo meat from Australia. Okay, I'm sure we ship plenty of kangaroo over there, don't we? Can you get kangaroo over there from restaurants? It's really good meat. More of the planet should eat it. If you're not going to go vegetarian, eat something that's sustainable, and that's very sustainable. You can feed them rocks. Not really. But, you know, they're very hardy animals and they survive, you know. There you go, from Jack in the Box back in the 90s. What a mistake. I had a gyro. People farm them there now. Yeah, you do. Yes, you do need taller fences. Yeah, they just chill out and graze all day. One of the camping spots we go to, there's plenty of roos there, and yeah, they're very cautious. Like they won't go anywhere near you, even though it is like a campground. You'd think they were used to people. They kind of never seem to get used to people. They're always wary, probably with good reason. People are monsters. Alrighty then. But if you eat kangaroo, will they punch you in the face? Not if they're dead. They don't really punch you either. You see their little hands? I don't know where the boxing kangaroo thing come from. Their little hands do fuck all. They just sit there like that. They couldn't do anything to break their bloody wrist. They kick fuck out of you. That's it. That's what they do. They don't punch you. Yeah, I don't know where that myth came from. They're pissy little... They look like T-Rexes. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Useless little hands that do fuck all. They do like grapple though. They'll grab onto you. So when they're fighting for dominance, they grab onto each other and then they kick fuck out of each other while they're holding on. So they do have, I guess, yeah, the males do have muscly arms. Everyone's seen that photo of the one that loves to crush the metal bucket. Forget his name. Kangaroo meat. You'd know if it was kangaroo meat. It's got a sort of gamey, very iron-rich taste to it. I don't mind it. It's good. I like it slow cooked or cooked really quickly, like on a kebab or, you know, skewer. Marty the monster versus Rags. Rags the kangaroo. Alright, now I'm in a bit of a dilly of a pickle because my mounting point for my vise is not here, and I started the video over here instead of at the guitar bench. So let me think about a solution for that. Piss the neck off for a little bit. I'll just put it there. Put it there, buddy. See if I can just clamp it. Well, that's not going to work because I've got to turn the fucking thing, don't I? Okay, if I go like that. That might work. Alright, let's roll this fret wire. So now we've got to radius it, because as you've noticed it comes in straight lengths. Or straightish lengths. Slight curve to it, but that's just from the factory rolling. So to do that we've got a radiusing tool. So this is a fancy one. You've probably seen people make their own out of just a bit of ply and a few bolts going through it. Maybe a cam to change the distance. This has got like a wind down mechanism with a lock nut. Pretty cool bit of kit. I'll turn it around the other. No, it sort of has to go that way, doesn't it? No, I can turn it around the other way. Give you half a chance of seeing what's going on. See you, Frank. Take it easy, champion. I won't say dude and champion. Okay, take it easy, Dampion. Is that a customer? Nope. Next door. So, what radius have we got? I dare say 9.5 inch. Probably slightly overroll it so your ends are tight. Fried alligator. Alligator's like crocodile, yeah? Kangaroos and IPA way too hoppy. Too hoppy. Can tell I've got a bunch of dads in chat. So 9.5. Slightly smaller radius, like it might have been sanded at some point. Generally Fender's got pretty consistent radius, but so we might wind it a little bit steeper, like 9 inch-ish. Yeah, overall anyway. Yeah, croc is nice. It's a bit weird. It's got slightly gelatinous, almost like halfway between fish and chicken. That's why my brother and I call it chicken fish. Alright, so which way am I going? I want to go try it flatter, so bring it up a little bit. I like to start, like, it's hard to straighten it out, but you can always go again to roll it further. Whee! There we go. Looks like an 18 inch, so 9 inch radius. Let's have a look. Pretty much bang on actually. But bang on to the existing radius, so we'll give it a little bit more. But what I'll do, because of the modulus of elasticity they call it, if I roll that to a certain radius and then change the radius to fine tune it and roll it again and then expect the fresh one to end up the same, the fresh one actually ends up a tighter radius. So you've got to do the same operation to every piece, otherwise they will be different. It's like, I don't know molecularly what happens, but when you roll something the first time, it goes further. Then, so say I've just rolled that right. Say I want it slightly tighter, so I tighten it up a little bit. Say that's 18 inch now and it ends up at like 14 inch. If I get another straight bit, it'll end up at like 12 inch. So you need to do the same thing to every piece. You can't adjust it and then do another one from scratch. You've got to do all of them at one radius, then fine tune it and do them all again. Just a little bit, we don't want too much. It's better to have to dial it up a bit further than trying to straighten it out. Straightening it out is difficult. Work hardening, yeah, that's probably it, yeah. I don't think it's bending it enough to work harden it though. If you really clamp the radius down, it could. Funny thing that happens with some grades of stainless is it becomes magnetic when you fold it. So we used to do a lot of stainless steel work for bakeries and you know, commercial kitchens and just architectural stuff as well. And we'd use 304 grade if it was just internal, or if it's external, we'd use 316, or if it was internal near the coast, we'd use 316. And yeah, you fold it, and a magnet won't stick to the face, but if you go up to where the corner is, the magnet will stick to it. Any bending work hardens metal. Yeah, probably. So there's the argument for going for a 7¼ inch fretboard radius. More work hardening. Let's go a little bit further. That's why enough bends eventually break. Yeah. Bending past its elastic point. Yeah, it's very complicated. Complicatey. Metallurgy's a whole fucking... Yeah, that's a real... I've got a mate whose dad was a metallurgist for the railways. He had some cool tools in his garage, I'll tell you that much. He had microscopes, and I think he had some X-ray machinery there too. Pretty cool stuff. Normally I have this the other way around. A little bit tricky to see what's going on. But that way you champions get to see the action. And it's all about you champions. Just want to make sure the ends will be tight. There is slight compound radius happening on this neck. I don't think it was intentional though, because it's not that different. Okay, we don't need to deepen the slots any further than they already are. Yeah, it does have a black art sort of thing to it, doesn't it? Which is partially why I think they have trouble making reliable valves at the drop of a hat, because there's metallurgy involved in them too. Not allergic to it. You allergic to timber, or certain types of timber? In the bin. Alright, so there's a little straight section at the end of each one where we lead it in. So we want to cut off. Wonder if you can visualize that. Sort of. See that little section there, straight? Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the little gap behind it. So we kind of want to cut it there on each piece, because every one of them has a little lead in where it's straight. Probably can't really make it out there, but yeah. Trust me. So cut off about 3/4 of an inch. Just using my hardened nippers here. Still puts up a bit of a fight, but it mangles the end. You cut it with a little hacksaw or something, but it's a bit more dramatic than it needs to be. What I do is just cut them off like that. Then on the top of my little bench vise here, I've used a radius sanding block and sanded the top of it to like a 9-inch radius. So now I can clamp in my bit of fret wire. Like I say, normally I've got threaded inserts on the on the bench surface, and I just screw it to that, but that's over there. I got the file. File off the mangled section. I got my fret tang nippers. So their job is to cut off the tang at an adjustable distance from the end of the fret, like so. Again, they mangle it up a little bit as well, but I probably have to adjust it. So there's different dies for different size frets and crowns and fret heights and widths and you name it. It's all just powdered sintered metal parts, very hard. So probably want a number 3 on that, judging by the wear pattern that's already on there. So I'll just show you up close. So there's the tang nipper. Sort of like a modified pair of bolt cutters, I guess. You know, they're made from scratch. Someone's building these on a contract basis for StewMac. There are some smaller ones I've got, which you can use for silver nickel, but you'll destroy them if you try and use them for stainless. They're just built out of a standard sort of, it looks like a modified nipper that you find from that Chicago company, whatever they're called. You can see the brand printing under there, but I'm not pulling that off. Or am I? Yes, I am. Alright. Klein tools, that's who I was trying to remember. So everyone's probably seen a pair of them, just normal nippers, built in Chicago, USA. So that's the basis of what StewMac have made them out of, and then they've long since rubbed off their logo. But yeah, that's made for, you read that? Cuts 18 gauge, soft sheet metal, 1/16 soft copper and aluminium. Wear approved eye protection, never used on live circuits. So there you go. So they'll work with just standard fret wire, but you'll just, the top will just fly off it if you try and use it on stainless. Ask me how I know, champions, because it's happened before. So these have a little die that's replaceable, and that adjusts for the crown width, the height to a degree too, but basically what it does is make sure that the spine of the fret is always seated against the bed here. So if you got the small one in there and the jumbo fret wire that you're trying to nip the tang of, it'll push the tang over sideways because it's just floating in midair. So you've got to put the die with the larger little cove in it to suit the larger fret, so then you're actually cutting the tang against like a die instead of just trying to cut it in midair. To do that, we've got to take the end stop off, which is just a piece of pressed steel. Very nicely built, all the StewMac stuff, I will say. They're worth a lot of money, but they're kind of worth it because it does what it says on the tin. Or the Ziploc bag. It's got an elongated hole there for adjustment, and a just standard hole to show you what number is in there, so you can see through the template what die you've got installed. You can see there's a little 3 in there, 3, and then you've got your end stop. So we'll move that over. Probably leave about 2 mil on. Alright, we'll see how that goes. You can see there, this one I cut with a too big a die. It's mashed the tang over to one side, see that? So there might be a degree of that all the time, but oh, hang on, got to file it first. But you try to reduce it by having the correct die in there. A little bit more. So I like to just file it over on an angle too, get it ready for, just try and get it as close as possible to the final form. So being stainless, the longer you take to machine it, the worse. Yeah, the less you do when it's installed on the guitar already, the better. That's what I reckon anyway. And that's what I reckon. Alright, so that goes in there. You can see it goes under the jaw. Apply pressure. More pressure. Ping. And off she goes. Probably still have to might go up one. Might go up to the next die and just see what it does. So we'll go up to a number 4 since we're using the jumbo fret wire. Yeah, luthier work is extremely niche, which is why you pay a premium for the one-purpose tools to get the job done. It's also why luthier services are not cheap. I mean, there's always someone out there that can do it cheaper, champions, but how good is the work? If it's great, then good for them. Doesn't mean I can get a discount on my bills, and doesn't mean I'm going to do it as fast as them. Like I say, with stainless stuff, it's better to do as much work before you insert the frets as possible. We're going to have to flush all of these once they're installed and hone them and everything, but if we can get a bit of that out of the way now, let's try that with the number 4. Yeah, that's better. See, the tang's pretty well dead straight now. Unlike the other one we did before. Where is it? That one. So that was the first one I did to exaggerate the effect. You can see it's tilted over, the tang's pushed over to the right hand side. And over here it is a little bit as well, but not as bad. But the one we just did is pretty well dead straight, so that's what you want. That worked alright on video. I'm always nervous to do luthiery work on video because I feel like it just doesn't translate as well as electronic stuff does onto the video medium. Well, it would if I was someone like Ted Woodford, but he's a lot more skilled at showing his luthiery work than I am. He's a lot more skilled at his luthiery work than I am too. But if I didn't do the electronic stuff and I just did luthiery stuff, probably would have spent a bit more time on doing the luthiery videos. So that's what we want. We'll just prep all the ends. And I'll insert them all. We'll just get them all ready. So I've got 6 ends, 3 pieces of fret wire. We'll prep them all. And we can do the first 6 frets. Rough cut them off. And then start the process again. with silver nickel stuff, you can sort of just pop them in. You just go cut, 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 cut. Prep them all at once. But with stainless, unless you got one of those mini cut-off saws, which is another option, you kind of have to do it one by one. But to be honest, like I change my technique continuously. Which is another reason I'm hesitant to do videos, because I might do an experiment and then change my technique next week. Might be something minor, or it could be a complete fundamental different way of doing it. Usually it's like time efficiency wise that I'll change stuff. We always get the same or better result. It's a matter of experimenting to see if there's a quicker and more efficient way of doing it. Do EB make a nickel wound? Yeah, that's mainly what they make. I tend to relate them to hard alloys that eat up the frets fast and sound like a bag of empty aluminium cans. I don't know. It's pretty much the stock standard strings, the slinkies, which are nickel wound, nickel plated unwounds and nickel wound wounds. Got some Starwood two-fold Australian whiskey. Beef jerky recipe called for bourbon, but I find it a bit too sweet for sipping later on. You know what I just got, Pete? Which is on special because it was a run out. They changed their art design, which I love it when companies do that, because it means that the bottle shops have to sell all their existing stock at a lower rate because they want to get the new design in. So I ended up getting a bottle of the Fortis Starwood, which is the 50% cask strength stuff. And it was $100, normally 150, so not a bad discount. Just got that yesterday. I might have a dram of that tonight. Alrighty then. It's a bit tricky doing it over at this bench. I probably should have just done it at the other bench and taken the camera gear over. Alright, so I've taken a bit too much of the tang off. So I'll adjust that by moving the depth stuff over. It looks very deceiving when you're actually adjusting it. And then when you actually hold the fret on the guitar, you seem to have always taken too much off. You don't probably only really need 1 millimeter or so. So I'll just shave a bit more off those ones I've already done. Now we got the settings dialed in, we can just fucking go for it, you know what I mean? Fret wire does get pretty warm when you file it. Let's see where that sits with our stop. Yeah, it's about where we need to be for the rest of the run. Trying to read along, champions, but Bit of a struggle while I'm working. I saw on one of my mates shared with me a post on one of the amp Facebook groups. There's some guy having a go at doing the Marshall boards. Power to him, but someone sent the link he posted about, I'm looking for a JCM 2000 head to do extensive testing on developing a new board for blah blah blah. If anyone has one available, let me know. And someone posted a link to mine and said, oh, Brad makes them in Australia, and he goes, oh yeah, but he's not an electronics engineer or a professional circuit board designer, but I am. Fair play, he is right. But then we looked up his name, and he's got other comments which are basically questions asking for advice on the fundamentals of electronics. So good luck. I hope he does develop the boards, because there's plenty of it to go around. But I think a lot of people think the designing of the board's the hard part, but it's not. It's the management, it's the manufacturing of them that's the hard bit, which they'll shortly find out. But anyway, I hope they have fun. I left all the amp groups. You try and help people, and then you just get attacked by other people, so I didn't bother anymore. Everyone's trying to show how smart they are on there rather than actually looking for a solution. So it just seemed like a bit of a waste of time. I just left them. What I might do is it's more efficient to take smaller pieces out of a small piece. You get less waste. So I reckon I'll get 3 more frets out of that if I keep using that down the short end of the stick. You saw that post, yeah. I didn't see the actual post. I just saw a screenshot of it because I'm not part of that group. I left it probably 6 months ago. Anytime I posted like my experience with an issue on there, people thought I was trying to get clicks, and they attacked me for trying to get clicks. But the quickest and easiest way for me to explain a problem is to put a video there. That way I don't have to type fucking 20 answers to someone. I can just put all the info in a video and give you the link to the video. But I think they thought I was trying to get clicks and hits on my website, on my video. Like, I don't care how many people watch it. One of them's like, I'm not clicking your video and giving you hits on that link. Like, why not? Like, I don't care about the clicks. I'm just trying to help. But okay, bye. So I just left. Pain in the ass and waste of time. If anyone wants info, they can email me, and I'll eventually get back to them. I get about 100 emails a day, which sucks ass. But I'll get back to you eventually. I've got all the actual emails, not the spam or the people that just want you to fix their amp for them via email for free. all the decent emails I flag, and I eventually make time to get back to them. And all the shit ones I ignore or delete. I only got 2 frets out of it. Shit. Oh, we can use that one down that end. Get the least waste out of it that way. People get really offended by self-promotion, so you have to just not do it, I guess. Nah, I'm busy enough anyway. Don't need more work. Ah, you fucker. Come back. There's a lot of dumb stuff that goes on. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation on that group, or those groups. Now, so many people have like, probably just have a bad filter cap, but they get told to change the valves, so they change all the valves. They get told to redo the heater wiring, so they redo the heater wiring. Spend about $1,000 on the thing, and then still got the problem. Oh, it was a bad cap. Maybe you should have just followed my advice and measured the ripple on the screen node, perhaps. Anyway. They tend to get upset when you ask for measurements too. Like, I don't know if it's that they don't know what you're referring to when you say measure the ripple on the screen grid node. They get really upset when you ask for an actual measurement. Why can't you just tell me what's wrong? Because it requires diagnosis, for fuck's sake. Imagine going to the doctor. Tell me what's wrong. Or tell me your symptoms. No, tell me what's wrong. Can I take your temperature? No, just tell me what's wrong. Why do you need all this information? Are you gatekeeping? You're gatekeeping. Tell me what's wrong with me. You're gatekeeping. What do I fucking look like? Gandalf? I got Gandalf the Red, maybe. So that's why I left him. It's just a waste of time. Joe, how you going, legend? What's happening? Still on a boring refret. Giving you a bit of ASMR. Asthma. Ooh, yeah, I've got something that might be coming today, I'll see. But in the meantime, I'll show you what goes in it. With regard to news routes, ultimately they are a time drain. I contribute a little, not much. A lot of time wasters that don't want to think for themselves. Tell them there's 12 millimeter of ripple measured. Yeah, that'd fuck them up, eh? Just start. Yeah, it's about an inch, 2 inches maybe. Okay. Can you show me a photo of your oscilloscope? What's that? Okay. Start again. So what I got. Safe Wash Super. I got about 10 litres of this gear from Electrolube. So that's to go in the ultrasonic cleaner. And I ordered an ultrasonic cleaner from Vivor. They make one that's like 500 and 495 long. about 120 wide and 200 high. It's just big enough to fit 2 of the Marshall boards to clean the flux off. So I'm gonna try that next. I've just been sending them with the no clean flux still on there at the moment, but I like the idea of cleaning the flux off in the future. So I'll do a test on my prototype boards, which I still have floating around, and see what settings and everything work. See how quickly it goes through the fluid, and then I'll start cleaning them all before I dispatch them, cleaning and drying them before I dispatch them, so there's no flux at all on the boards. But it'll be really good for just service work, resto work, keyboard sensors and stuff that have like fucking milkshakes poured across them. Because it's a long length, like 500 mil, but very small, like only 10 litre. It's really good for like long PCBs and assemblies and stuff, which is generally what we find in the music industry, PCBs. Medium jumbo, yeah, sort of towards the jumbo side of medium jumbo. It's a 94 Strat, yeah. Sorry, Peter, I just saw your comment then. Yeah, 1994 Strat, we're doing a stainless steel refret. Stainless steel. Put the nippers away because I won't need them again. Put the nipples away. Black red sunburst. Wow. Yeah, this is one of my old customers. He's been coming here for a decade. Fuck, that's scary, isn't it? Getting old. I've had some customers for like 20 years. Love 90 Strats. Yeah, they're good. If they're taken care of, one thing that often occurs is they get exposed to a bit of moisture, and the lacquer all up the neck cracks and sort of gets shit under it. I've had to respray a few. It looks like the cracks are right in the timber, but I've had them and I take them back, and after sanding, the crack's sort of in the surface, but it looks deep just because it gets dirt in it. But once I've resprayed them, they look like new. Just got to be careful around the decals, decals as you guys call them, I think, don't you? What did I get grief for saying the other day? People often attack me for my accent. Instead of just joking around, they're like, "Oh, you can't even talk, you retard," or something like that. Yeah, I can't even listen to you the way you talk. It's like, okay, bet you're fun at parties, aren't you? So yeah, someone was putting shit on me for saying, what did I say? Patent. Like, that's not how you say patent. Patent. Well, it is in this country, dickhead. That's not how you say chassis. Well, it is in this country, you dickhead. Like we spell colour with a U. No one hitting like. Yeah, they probably have, Alan. You just got to refresh the page, bro. Refresh the page and tell me how many I've got. I'm not watching at the moment, so phone's in need of charging. Which is a good question. Why haven't I plugged it in? There we go. 30%. With regard to Baroness, I love the song Shock Me. Yeah, it's great. It just played before. But sadly find their albums too much of a downer. Ooh, that's a good point you bring up there, Pete. Yeah, I suppose if you read too much into the lyrics, yeah, I guess they are pretty deep. I find them empowering and uplifting, some of the songs, because some of them are in like a major scale. A little bit like, yeah, it's not party music though. Yeah, I guess I see your point of view there. I kind of like that darker stuff though. That's why I love the 90s, because every band, like, listen to like live Secret Samadhi or Throwing Copper, very dark. Like everything had a real dark vibe in the 90s. And then all the bands turned into like happy, silly dickheads. Oh, you're just hinting. Thanks, mate. I better like it myself. Hang on. Some people just want to hate all good because they can't do it themselves. Are you back a bit in the stream there, Joe? When I was talking about the groups. Slow Mosa. I'll check that out, Pete. They on Bandcamp? I like to use Bandcamp if I can, because I can give them donations and stuff. Take my money. Get in my belly. Speaking of darker music, I saw a video of an elementary school teacher doing ear training. He said major chords are happy, minor sad, diminished, angry, or augmented, mysterious. Yeah, I guess so. I don't listen to the lyrics, just the tone of the singing. Yeah, it's very. John's got a very tortured vocal sort of timbre. True, I'll agree on that one. Yeah, the 90s were dark, especially if you weren't born yet. I was born in the 80s. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, what that teacher said. I mean, it's all in the context. Like, I was listening to a Crowded House song the other day. I can't remember what it is, but it sounds like a happy song. Like, you listen to it, and it's happy. It's uplifting, and it's like, it's cheerful. But then you look at the chords, and there's only one chord out of the 5-chord progression that's major. Everything else is minor. That's how you put it together. That's the craziness about music. Which song was that? If Lyle was here, he could probably tell me, because he's a Crowded House tragic. But yeah, one of the songs, it was like, if you asked a normie, a non-musician, does this sound happy or sad to you? They would say, yeah, it's happy, it's uplifting, it's good, bright and airy. But then you look at the chords and they're all minors. There's only one major. It's all about how it resolves. I don't know anywhere near enough music theory. Nowhere near as much as I should. I need to get onto that. I need to get onto that ASAP. ASAP. That's not how you say it. Fucking Australian. I'd like to see how you dress the fret ends. Seems like that always needs to be done on all of my guitars. Well, I get it as close as I can before I even press the frets in, for starters, Rob. And then I use gently. I tried using a file over the years, but what happens is you end up creating a burr that folds into the lacquer, and the file, unless you go slow as fuck, the file heats up the end a bit, and it starts to curl back over. So this is the fret. This is hard to show. So the fret basically burrs over as you're filing it, even if you're going this way. And if you go up this way, you might lift the fret. Probably not, but it's trying to catch, basically. You want to go a crossway so you get them all in line. So I changed from files to a diamond stone. So I'll try to get it as close as I can to start with. Maybe use a file to help it along. But when you're getting near to the fretboard surface, I switch over to a, I think that's a 400 grit diamond. Essentially, they call it a file, but it's like a hone. Now, it doesn't really heat anything up, and because it's only taken a fraction off, and it's not a big heavy-duty file, it doesn't really leave a burr. So you end up with a nice straight line at the bottom of the fret. It doesn't curl the burl. There's a Mastodon reference. It doesn't curl the burl over into the edge of the fretboard and give you a messy bottom edge of the fret. Gives you a nice straight line at the bottom of the fret crown. But as I said previously, and one of the reasons I'm hesitant to put out any videos on lutherie is because there's often many ways to skin a cat, and everyone will be adamant that their way is the only way, and that you're a hack and you don't know what you're doing because you do it a different way. But if you look at the finished result, it's still satisfactory, or better than satisfactory. So we got there in the end. So a pearler of a burl. That's just the curl of the burl. It's just the way of the world. Still sad Brent Hines left Mastodon. He was awesome. Still is awesome. He's playing in other bands now. What is wrong with learning all the ways, then choose the one you like best? Yeah, well, that's my school of thought, but people are militant, man, and I sometimes just like to not give them an excuse to whinge, because I'm sick of hearing it. And the other thing is, if someone comes on your page and looks super confident, and you're trying to explain to them, okay, there's reasons that sometimes doesn't work, so I do it this way to be safer for this reason, whatever. No, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Customers are reading my page and they don't know who to believe. If your page is flooded with disinfo, it can make the waters very cloudy for prospective customers, because they don't know. Now they're like, does he really know what he's talking about? And then they have to go down this rabbit hole of figuring out who's right and who's wrong, and just let the results speak for themselves, I reckon. Inside of a tie. Oh, a tie prison. You're talking about prisons. You guys all jailbirds or something. Well, it takes all types. Mi scusi. James, do you though? It's pretty tedious. It is kind of zen work though, providing the job's going as planned. It can get pretty stressful if things aren't working, but it is kind of cool doing fretwork when you're not extremely busy, because it is time consuming. It stresses you out about the rest of the jobs in the queue, because you know that you're in for pretty much the majority of a day on one job. But if you don't have a shit ton of other jobs, it is relaxing and it is sort of therapeutic, to be honest. You know what you got to do, you just do it and take your time. And a bit like woodworking, I guess, with hand tools. You look like a panda that learned to clench its face when breaking bamboo. Does my face go funny when I'm filing? Did Motorhead cover Heroes? I didn't know that. That's when I'm waiting for the snap to happen, yeah? Not when I'm filing. I should just be using forward strokes on the file, but ain't nobody got time for that. Did I do it then? I think I'm happy avoiding a prison in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I'm pretty cool with avoiding prison altogether. Yeah, post a link, Peter. It may not come up as a link, but just try it, see if it works, and if it doesn't work, I'll go in there and copy and paste it for you. File sounds a bit coarse. Or is it worn? No, it's just because the fret's a small profile, it sounds more violent. If I had a large bit of flat bar or something, it'd be fine. It's a Nicholson something or other, single cut. It's relatively fine. There's no grade number on there, but hey, done. How you going, legend? Just file the end in case I need to do another fret later. Sometimes I might file one a bit short, so it's good to have a spare. It also sounds a bit dramatic because it's right in the middle of my bench, furthest sort of span. It's a bit flexy. The whole Bintang singlet sorted, yeah. Nothing says Western Sydney like a Bintang t-shirt, eh? Hey, Pete. So yeah, the whole bench acts like a speaker too. Off with the flu, yes, I did see that, poor bugger. Get a whiskey in here. Alright, put that aside as a sparey. Get rid of the fret roller, we don't need that anymore. Now we've got to take the frets out. What I like to do is just line up one end using a block or something. We could probably use our diamond hone for that. Just bottom all the frets out against something. Normally I've got it just on the bench, not taped to this jig, but I thought for the video it'll be easy to just tape it to the jig. They're all pretty well there anyway, but Looks a bit better just doing it by feel. A high school friend of mine ended up in a Thai prison. He spoke Thai. What, he learned Thai in the prison, or he spoke Thai and still got arrested? Don't show for the public chat. Alright, hang on. Prepare to mess the boogie for the first time. Now I understand. Never again. You poor bugger. If anything, Noah, it gets easier as you do more than one, mate. It's not the end of the world after. There's better and worse ones, but yeah, they're not great, but you do get used to them not being great and just charge accordingly after a while. The worst ones are the ones where you can't test them while they're apart, so you think you've got to sort of figure out if the thing's not powering up or not passing signal, and you can't diagnose it until you turn it over. The Studio 22, for example, was a big one. It's easier to diagnose it from the other side, but you can sort of see through the chassis. You got to think outside the box a bit with them. That's the thing. Once you just accept that they're difficult, you sort of have to sit there and go, okay, well, say I have to do this. How am I going to do it? Sometimes you've got to drop parts out. That comment hasn't come through. It might not come through until after the video is processed. It ends up in my junk box. I can click either yay or nay. But anyway, you guys can search for it. Motorhead playing Heroes by Bowie. Made a thread about build quality versus price on Reddit. Massive fans. Yeah, there's no point, man. There's no point. People want to buy what people want to love what they want to love, and they won't hear anything in the contrary. So 50 caliber from the 80s came in with 2 or 4 melted valves. Was that a problem with the bias supply there? So the bias relies on the gain, well, I shouldn't say gain, the emissivity of the phase inverter valve. And if you pull the phase inverter valve, you get no conduction on the output. That trips a lot of people up on the caliber series. Once you understand that, it's a lot easier to get your head around it. Dissipation, I should say. Alright, so now I just get a texture and just mark where I want the bevel to stop on each one, because there is some inconsistency from cutting them by hand. I might get one of those mini cut-off saws one day. Kind of got to run them at low revs with fluid though. It's a bit messy. Being such a small profile, if you use a toothed saw, it's going to try and eat the fret. It's like trying to cut wire, I guess. They do call it fret wire. Yeah, I've got one of those MI amps at the moment. Michael Ibrahim, actually, we had a phone call the other day, had a chat, and he was a good bloke. Very rare and hard to get now. Yeah, I've got the Iron Duke here. I've got to finish off. I just sent the quote for that last night because the customer's crying out for it. Hey, we have a Tanner. What's going on, legend? How's the home life treating you? Getting any sleep? Should be used to that being a rocker, mate. No sleep till bedtime. No sleep till bedtime. Love Devon Townsend. What did I come over here for? That's a good question. Oh, yes. A little fret home where they live. Fret habitat. So as I dressed them and nipped the tang on the other end, I'll put them in my little bit of pine there that I store them in until they're ready to press in so they don't go flying. I just spread tuna along the fretboard edges and let my cat snore at it. Fucking hell, what the tungsten cats. Ups and downs. Oh yeah. Hope all's well, mate. Don't worry about your amp content for now. You just bloody live life, mate. We'll be here when you're ready. Out of curiosity, how much do you sell slinkies for in Australian dollars? Mate, you can look at my website. It's www.bradsguitargarage.com.au. Everything's advertised there. Was that a stutter rap reference? No. I try to stay away from stutter rap. I've got the Revelation and the Gamma. Revelation is crazy inside 4 effects loops. Jesus. Let me know if you're ever interested in having a look inside. I might do that, done. Might have a chat. I want to meet up with Michael and say good day and go for lunch or something one day, but life, you know what I mean? No, we had a great chat. We had to cut it off because customers were coming in, but we could probably chat it for hours. But done. If I do a high gain amp design, I'll be knocking on your door, mate. Sort you out. Sort you out with the bloody something or other for doing a sound demo for us. Because you're a fucking hell of a player. And I like showing off the harder style amps because, you know, everyone sort of plays similar styles on amp reviews, let's be honest. I want someone to play brutal, fucked up shit, if you know what I'm saying, because I want to show off the brutalness of an amp. I have an AC30/6 1962 on the bench, fixing up a lot of previous crap. Yeah, it's pretty rare, Alan, that one comes in without having been molested before. Of that vintage. Usually had a good few hands up at skirt by that time. Gammas are going for 2,000. Oh yeah. So is there a following in the States? I know his pedals did pretty well over there, but they're lower ticket items, so you can expect them to do, you know, pretty well. Blues Juniors are nice once issues are fixed, lightweight. Yes, they can be. You could spend all day improving the circuit and all of that. They can be a bit... Well, it's another case of the EQs before the overdrive. So... wonder if wonder how a head first effects loop or serious amplification effects loop would go into Blues Junior. I think I've got a customer. It's been a pretty quiet day today. 12:15. Yeah, I got someone here. Maybe not. Might be next door. I adore Vox amps ever since I got one. They are good. I've been making demos for them on Facebook for years. Sold a lot of them. Did it all for the love of them and supporting Aussie made. Bloody oath, mate. Removed radial filter caps. You mean axial, maybe, Alan? Axial filter caps? Brad, in Australia they are pushing the silent stage for live shows like here in the USA. Not really. Maybe in some venues. But Aussies generally like to hear a bit of stage sound. It's rock and roll. It's every time there's a, like in some places like RSLs and stuff, yeah. But all the cool cats I hang out with, we all go to music oriented venues where everything's rock and roll, 100-watt heads and shit. Quite full stacks and stuff. Because the thing is, like, getting a decent in-ear monitor set up and a mixer. I mean, what good's an in-ear monitor set up if you don't have someone mixing it, right? And giving you a good auxiliary send. So, a lot of that isn't compatible with low-budget gigs. Because you got, like, what, a $1,500 in-ear monitor set. And a bunch of boomers that couldn't figure out a digital mixer if their life depended on it. So you end up with what often happens is they'll have a small, for the lower volume gigs, they'll have a small combo on an amp stand or like with kickback legs, and they'll just sit that side of stage point at their head, which in my opinion is the sort of the best way of doing it anyway. Less to go wrong. You're always going to be able to at least hear yourself. And if you don't have enough mix, you're not flying blind. Like, what happens if your mix fails and you got nothing in your in-ears? You're fucked then, aren't you? No fitting axial duals and singles removed. Miniature HV caps. No fitting axials. Fitting axial duals. Huh? In a Blues Junior? Is that what you're talking about? Hang on, let me scroll up. Oh no, AC30. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with the Blues Junior comment. I understand now. Yeah, so fitting, recapping AC30s, the old ones, is always a bit of a pain in the ass. There's always some mounting solution or whatever you got to come up with to use currently available caps in that setup. Eric, E-Gun Legend. Been there, wireless IEMs died on stage. What do? You just got to stop. Like, you just go and stand in front of the front of house? What? That's a nightmare scenario. Batteries in the pack went out, not fun. Ever since, I always ask for stage monitors as a backup for venues that allow for IEMs. Big venues only. You're playing some decent sized gigs though, Tanner, aren't you? I was seeing your videos, bro. That's why you're on the big bucks. You're a superstar. Wish I could play like you, bro. I'm a shit player. I don't run modelers so I can always hear myself. Yeah. Had 2 instances where amps died on stage, so I just connected up a DI with the Soundies help. Do what you do to get a gig going. Yeah, it's a lot easier if you're a bass player. You're not relying so much on the tone generation of your amp or a rig like modeler. just think, what would MacGyver do? He'd always have a PV Bandit in his boot, wouldn't he? Just have a PV Bandit in your boot, champions. Or a pedal baby or something. Gotta have a backup. Bring their laptop to a gig and play through plugins. Wow, is that actually happening? And then you got the other extreme. You're like, let me go get my EMI plate reverb out of the van. The old PV Bandit in the boot trick. That's right. Impervious to EMPs. No, this was dead guitar amp straight in from the pedal board. Yeah. That'll get you there if they EQ it a bit for you. Suck out some mids, put a low pass filter at about 6K. And you're probably halfway there just with those two things. It's mostly metal dudes who play through laptops. I've got to tell you, all the metal guys out here are still running like 100 watt minimum heads. Some even 200 watt. Most of them have 5150s or 6505s. Some have Black Stars, Messrs, Marshalls, Bogners, pretty popular out here. What else? You get the occasional thing like a Carvin. I've got an X100B in there, which I've got to diagnose. But yeah, like JVMs, Mode 4s. Or yeah, more esoteric stuff, or like Friedmans and stuff. I find generally the guys with the real high budget heads are the home players though. And the guys that are playing out are usually playing with a, yeah, just like a JCM 2000 or 50, I went to say 5110, that's a Nokia. 6505 or a 5150. PV Bandit Red Stripes, one of my favourite amps. They're great amps, Eric. I'm thinking today, I kind of want to make a solid state amp. In a similar vein to the PV, but just like really good speaker, nice birch ply cabinet, discrete class AB output stage, linear power supply. Just make a really heavy duty, sort of like the Gallian Kruger RB800 or 800 RB of the guitar world, you know? Just like really good sounding, good quality, solid state thing that's doesn't cost $1 million. PV Studio, yeah, they're not bad either. The one thing with the PVs is just stay away from the ones that have the silver mirror finish knobs. Because they're built a bit like a $200 TV. A lot of people are going back to rack systems too. I've got an Engel stereo amp here at the moment. I've got a bunch of JMP ones in recently, some tri-axis units, even a Rocktron unit a while back. I can still buy a PV when I can't buy bourbon. Yeah. Well, over in Australia, yeah, you probably could get one for the price of a bottle of bourbon. Isn't it funny how we get nostalgic for the stuff that you couldn't give away in like the early 2000s, late 2000s? Just because everything's gotten so much worse since that the stuff we used to complain about then is actually, by comparison, really good. People ask why I'm so negative. VH140C is iconic for death metal. I'm not familiar with that one, Dan. I'll look that up. VH140C. Oh, I love this song. What is it? The something's Lament. Bullhead's Lament. VH140C. Oh fuck, one of those things. Jesus. Backbreaker. Oh, that's the combo version. Is that the one with the mid-voice switch? Channel 1, channel 2. No, I don't think it's got the mid-voice switch. That's the one he's talking about. Why, when I zoom in, it goes smaller? Oh, come on, bro. Open image and new tab. Yeah, now I can look at full. Alright, so you got channel A, channel B. Simple as. Reverb A and B, we won't be using that. Effects, oh, it's got chorus. Different depth for each channel. And a rate knob. And a front effects loop. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. Haven't seen one of them in the flesh. What body part am I looking at? Looking at my Casio. 1231. A little bit more off. A little bit off the top. Classic 30 is okay unless it's the Mark II. They are much worse to fix. So the Mark II, isn't that easier to fix? Because it's not like a... It's not like a origami amp. Oh, you just joined us, Basil. Did ya? That's a horrible sound, filing. Been happening for a good hour now, so if you're complaining about it, you must have just come back. Weird, I want to hear it again. It's a masochist. Nearly as bad as the dentist drill. Man, I think I've got to go to the dentist. My wisdom tooth back right. Starting to pop out. I got this one dug out. It was a major, well, not, probably should have been general anesthetic, but it wasn't. It was quite traumatic as a result. Hearing him crunch up my tooth with a pair of fucking, basically these things. He showed them to me. I'm like, I got a set of them. They're screw extractors. Sounds less bad if I put more pressure on, but then it heats the fret wire up too much. You can burn your finger. Well as the VL. How's the VL treating you, Pete? No problems? If we rewired the output stage on that one because the board had gone up in flames. In super basic terms, oh fuck, let me start again. In super basic terms, what's the difference between the pre, in, out on a Fender Deluxes, etc., and a real effects loop? So the preamp in and out on a Fender, it just cuts the signal between the phase inverter input and the previous stage. An actual effects loop is a low impedance driver stage dedicated to driving the effects loop, maybe with a long cable run, that kind of thing. It may reduce the level somewhat too, so you don't overdrive your pedals that have low voltage inputs, like meant for. Often you'll see the level switch. There'll be like a switch to turn it from like +4 to -20 dB. So that attenuation occurs, as well as the low impedance driver, so you can drive long cable run without noise issues. And then you've got a gain stage on return, which brings the level back up to what the phase inverter wants to see. So that's an actual effects loop. It can be done with valves, it can be done with MOSFETs, op amps. There's various different ways to do it. But Fender just cut the line between the preamp out and the power amp input. So it's sort of meant to be like a slave driving thing. So you can have multiple hot rods all slaved off the one preamp. So no, the Fender Hot Rod Deluxe does not have a real effects loop. You can use it as an effects loop, but you want to have some pretty high headroom pedals because the signal's pretty large there. So you can overdrive the pedals pretty easy. Music Men are solid state preamp and tube output. Most of them are. They do have some all valve ones, I believe. Excuse me. I can hear Zach Telaroca rapping over that. Let me do it in time. Ow. He's hot. Okay, no, a bitch to get PCB out. Surface mount components for reverb. Multiple tiny parallel radial HT caps. Ah, okay. You know what? I haven't seen one of them yet. I was getting it confused with the latest version of Blues Junior, where they've actually fixed a few problems. Brad Toman has dropped prices on H&K amps. As a fan, I'm hoping for more stock and new products in the coming year. Thoughts? I'd stay away from the Grandmaster or Tubemeister stuff, just because they're little lunch boxes that are so bloody compact. I don't know much about their range because there's not many out here, to be honest. The two amps I was impressed with from H&K were the Warp T and the Statesman. They were fantastic amps. Now everyone has a fucking short memory. Whenever I mention an amp that I like, they're like, "You just fucking hate everything." It's like, no, I don't. You just are lying or don't watch my channel, because I recommend amps all the fucking time. You're just a reactionary cockhead. So yeah, I'd stay away from the Tubemeister stuff unless you're expecting a warranty, maybe another year or two out of it. And then probably like $500-600 repair bill if a valve goes bad. Problem is they don't really limit the valve current very effectively, the screen current, sorry. And then when the valve goes short, it takes out the MOSFETs and the switching transistors that switch the power levels, because all they do is basically have a MOSFET on the cathode that switches valves on and off in banks. Well, you know I have the GMD. Oh, that's your one, is it, Peter? Grandmaster Deluxe. Is that the one I worked on? Have you worked on any Supro amps? Yeah, I have. And they're pretty terrible quality, to be honest. The worst part about them is the potentiometers are set too far into the circuit board. So when you fix off the circuit board to the standoffs and then you try and cinch down the nuts mounting the pots to the front panel, it pulls all the pot guts out and all the pots self-destruct. So you buy it and they might work for like 6 months, but they had so many warranty returns. I'd like to think they fixed it since then, but pretty much all of them that come in have the pots are all got their core pulled out because they fucked up the PCB layout. They should have used spacers washers on there. Thanks, I used a line tamer. Oh, anyway, lunchtime, heading out for a bushwalk. Good man. Need the exercise. Fat bastard syndrome. See you, Pete. Thanks for joining us, mate. Thanks. I use a line tamer volume pot in that spot on the Fender Blues Deluxe, and it works well when playing with a bit less volume. You're talking about one of these. Look, I've got one of them. Just got to be careful because you can see there they're not even parallel. They can put undue force on the jacks and crack their solder joints. I prefer to use one on a box with two little patch leads going into it. But I have this one just so I can show customers what the effect is if they want to install one or if they want to get something similar. Voltage divider before the buffer, yeah. Look at the hot rod schematic. I see a TL072 buffer right before the preamp out and a voltage divider. Looks like a low impedance instrument level. Could be. That could just be a mixer for the reverb though, is it? Is that a summing stage for the reverb? I'm in New Zealand. Oh, okay. It has lightning sounds occasionally. Third set of EL84s. Damn. Someone recommended changing the preamp valves. That's not going to affect anything in the output. Yeah, I think a lot of the EL84 issues on that amp is to do with I don't think they have like a 2K screen grid. They've got like a 100 ohm screen grid. I'd have to look it up, but look, they are pretty well designed amps. They're just trying to fit too much in, and the power scaling is the weakness too. MOSFETs don't like getting a shit ton of current poured across them. Well, I mean, they do like current, but over voltage is what I mean. Crunching through the bush. Leave your love life out of it, would you? Reverb in the HRD comes after power amp out. What, just by being in a room? Ooh, did I cut that one too short? I'll swap it with its mate. That'll work. Oh, shit. It's got a buffer and a voltage divider. Looks like low impedance instrument level. So yeah, having a divider is going to waste a lot of energy too. If it's got a divider before the output, I'd have to have it. I'd have to revisit that one, but my point is that it's known for overdriving pedals quite often, unless you got like something with 18 volt or bipolar power supply. Okay, Brad, issues mainly occur in the Ultra channel. I love the clean channel in the Ultra channel on the GMD40. My neighbours don't. I'll get it looked at one day. Out of warranty now. If you need someone over there, I've got some mates over there that can take care of you in the NZ. Oh, bastard. depending where you are. It's only New Zealand, man. Everything's a half-hour driveway over there, isn't it? It's like Canberra. Who do we have? Who do we have? Who do we have? We've got Mike Dyack up at Mount Eden in Auckland. So we've got a guy in Auckland, Mike Dyack, D-I-A-C-K. Go over and see Mike, he'll sort you out. Auckland, there you go. You're right there. I won't post his email, but yeah, email me if you can't find it. You might be able to just Google him and find him. Hang on, let me see. If he's got a public page, I'll just share that. Mike Dyack, Auckland, amp repair. I think he's one of these blokes that stays under the radar a little bit. So yeah, email me and I'll pass on his details. I can't guarantee you'll take it on because I think a few people don't like looking at those ones. What do you think about Jason using 12 volt for heaters and switching? I think it's a great idea. Yeah, high gain amps, it's the way to go. 12 volt is less current than 6. There's no need to have 6.3 if it's DC. The main reason we use 6.3 is so we can have balanced heaters, sort of alternating around the center tap, and for high gain stuff where you're going DC, it makes sense to go 12 volts because then you've got the same amount of power but twice the voltage, half the current, and voltage is easier to deal with than current. Well, within reason. He must be way under the radar. Yeah, I know him though. That's the thing with techs, like, it's only the stupid fuckers like me that make themselves known to the public. Most of them can control their job intake by virtue of them having bugger all overheads and being able to only take in a dozen jobs a week or something. Which in all honesty is probably the way I should have kept it. It's like a lot of these other techs and stuff on the groups and YouTube and that. I've got a public, like, if you were here, you can look me up on Google and you can turn up to my front door. So I've got to stand behind everything I do, otherwise someone could come and try and punch me. Would using a 12AY in preamp one position help tame the hot rod FX loop overdrive problem? Well, that's going to lower your gain from the get-go, but if you're playing at the same level, like volume, overall volume, it's going to be the same signal. It's just whatever you've turned it up to, basically. So if you're at a comfortable volume level and you're getting overdrive, well, there's really no alternative other than put a proper effects loop in there and cut out some send and then amplify the return more. Because that's pre-master, I believe. So, well, yeah, pre-everything volume. So you've really got no control over the volume after that. So I want a head first, Evil Joe, but they're all sold out. I want a 50 watt head. No need for a 100 watt head for me. Yeah, they look fantastic. They sound fantastic too. But you can only build so many. I'm sure you could get your order in with him if if you're willing to wait a bit. I know it's excruciating to wait for a custom ordered amp, but I think it's definitely worth the wait. Joe Baresi, for fuck's sake. Bro, I could listen to you and Lyle prattle on all day whilst chilling out, playing guitar and drinking bourbon or nerding out on my computers. Ah, it's good, mate. Thanks for coming around. This time, the filing sounds more audio slavish. Yeah, it's moving on with the eras. I'm up to the James Bond soundtrack era. Well, most of the time I'm live streaming. It's because none of the people I watch are live streaming. Sometimes for jobs like this, it does help pass the time, because it can get a bit tedious doing your 5003 fret in your life. Brad Eras Tour. Is that a reference to Tay Tay? Alright, champions, we're all cut to length. No waste. And that's what we've got left over. So we'll hang on to that in case we fuck one up or have to pull one, or, you know. Not perfect. God knows. So I want to keep the thing there, the thing with the stuff. And what I want to do is just give each fret a little tap, 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 tappy on the end, just to give them a little bit of slight, it sounds dramatic, but very slight downward angle on the end. Use my copper face hammer for that so we don't distort the fret. Very slight, so you can only just see it in the reflection, just to ensure that the ends are closed properly. The more I learn about my Hot Rod Deluxe, the more I question myself, why did I get this? Look, are you actually having problems with overdriving your pedals? Do you know that for a fact? Or are you just worried about it, like, in the future? I've got one here that I bought as a bit of a basket case. And now I've got it as a higher amp. So when customers need quick turnaround on their amp, to be honest, I can't really provide that because I'm a one-man show and there's already 100 fucking jobs in the queue. So the best I can offer them is you can hire this amp. I'll do you a $100 weekend rate. And I'm going to do that. So that's done with the Hot Rod Deluxe, the TSL 100, the DSL 100, and the newly acquired DSL 50. I got a DSL 50, champions. I know you guys have been waiting for the 50 watt boards. I know they work. I've had customers just pull out the outer two valves and use a 100 watt one, but we've actually got a 50 watter in, which I did a deal with the bloke. So we've got a DSL 50 there now too. So I might have those three as higher amps. Also got an AC15, which is sitting there not selling, hand wired. So I might do a job on that and JMI-ify it a bit and make it real reliable and high quality. Maybe have that as a higher amp too. Maybe I'll start doing a bit more backline higher. Because, you know, I can fix the fucking thing, so I can also battle harden them, so less is likely to go wrong in the first place. To be honest, my Grandmaster Deluxe 40 is awesome, but it's like an ECU and OBD2 versus a muscle car with triple carbies, which is much which is my much maligned Bugera T50 Infinium, sorry. So the Infiniums, I can't remember if that one's got it or not, but the biggest problem with them is the auto bias circuit. Is that an auto biasing one? I honestly think companies should just give up on the auto biasing, please. It's never been implemented well or reliably. They should just stop trying to do it. Pedro, how you going, legend? Oh no, Pedro. Am I stealing some of Paul's viewers? You're from Paul's channel, ain't you, Pedro? Pedro? Pedro, it should be. I think so, not sure, how do I know? It should have a couple of LEDs on the back to tell you what the bias of them's doing, I think, from memory. I'm stealing Paulie's viewers! Oh, Paulie! Where are you, Paul? He's, I think he's nocturnally old, Paul. Suppose I'd never want to show my face in daylight if I worked on Apple stuff all day either. Yep, Pedro, not Pedro. I'm not saying that. Vote 1 Pedro. Every time I see that, I think of the Napoleon Dynamite. He's petting a pussy. He does that from time to time when he's not spending millions of dollars on them in vet bills. Poor bugger. He's got a big heart, the old Paulie. Especially for his cats. Run a flanger, delay, reverb, tremolo, octal, pedal through my HRD FX loop. That's like every song's bridge section now unusable. Yeah, but is it unusable though? Have you tried it? Are you actually having problems with it, or are you just worried? Because if it works, man. You might even have enough headroom on your pedals. I don't know what pedals you're using, but you might have enough headroom on them that you'll be fine. Don't worry about it until it's a problem. All right. Don't stress out about the future. Just run it as you see fit. And if it doesn't fit the bill, then maybe it might be time to look at something else or some kind of modification work. Sonny Silversmith. Hi, Down Under, Brad. I have a Fender Mustang GTX 100. Just recently repaired the handle. That's all I can handle for now, but I noticed how simple the chassis was and how the PCBs were very accessible. The Fender Mustang, that's the modeler. I've had their low-end Mustangs and they're just not repairable. Everything on them is cheap and shit. But the 100-watt one, I have seen some people out and about with them, so I like to think that they're a bit nicer. Usually the 100-watt one will be built to a bit of a higher standard than the practice amps. I just ate a whole jar of green olives and I feel bad. I reckon you would. I do love my olives, but probably not a whole jar in one sitting. One of my friends around here, their kid is like, I don't know, 6 or something. Loves olives. Now we've got the calamatas out here, quite common. He ate a whole jar of them, and then he spewed them up everywhere at a party. Kid. Spew's bad enough, but olive spew, that's another level. Tube life monitoring where the Class AB switch is still in factory valves. Sweet. Well, it's still working, so that's good. Look, unless you're playing the Carnegie Hall with it, don't worry about it unless something goes wrong. I find that auto bias circuits in their various forms from various manufacturers, they're all pretty... Usually it's not the actual valve that's failed, it's the bias circuit. Or the valve fails, and the bias circuit fails as a result. So you spend money on your new valves, because the computer says to change them. You change them and it still doesn't work. That's frustrating. Run octave fuzz overdrive pedals in front of the HRD. HRD actually handles octave tones really well. Yeah, the HRD, the Hot Rod Deluxe, can handle ridiculously low frequencies. Too low in my opinion. It goes down to like 2 Hertz, which is sort of just ends up flabbing out the preamp and blocking distortion and stuff. But yeah, you could take the first stage down to like 4.7 microfarad instead of 47 bypassing and still have that low end response, but tighten up the flab from just the string movement, the subsonic stuff. Why does it get a bad rep though? It works fine. If it works fine, it works fine, Pete. Don't worry about the bad reputation. It gets bad reputation because Bugera is owned by Behringer. And yeah, I don't like them as a company, but if the thing was from 2017, that's quite a while ago, and I don't like the company's ethics. It doesn't mean everything they produce is shit. I still won't take it in though. It's easy to just have a flat. I don't repair Behringer stuff. I have repaired some Infiniums before. The little 5-watt one, it's relatively easy to repair. They just ripped off a, I don't know who ripped off who, but there's the Behringer, I keep stumbling my words today. There's the Bugera Infinium T5, I think it's called. There's the Class 5? No, DSL 5C. Or DSL 5, whatever it is from Marshall. And there's the Blackstar HT5R or C or whatever. They're all pretty much the same amp. I don't know who ripped who off, but pretty much identical. Output stage at least. I don't know much about the history of Bugera, to be honest. If they're around before Behringer, or if they're a creation of Behringer, I don't know. Yeah, I had a T5 in for an old bloke. He just used it to practice. Play with one or two of his mates. That was alright. Can't remember what was wrong with it. I think it might have just been a busted output. Or phase inverter plate load or something. Solid state. I shouldn't say plate load. Drain load, I guess. It's got a MOSFET based phase inverter. The stuff sounds fine. Just about everything is reverse engineered. Yeah, that's the main reason I don't like them, because I don't like the lack of ethics. Design your own shit, bro. But you know, there's pre-existing technology to a degree, but they're ripping off like current products and like really pushing the trademark boundary there. Just think about it from a customer's point, from a manufacturer's point of view. They poured their heart and soul into this device and geared up all their printing services and their, assembly and pick and place and all that stuff, and then Behringer just comes out, rips it off, and sells it for a quarter of the price that you have to charge just to make ends meet, because they're a mega corp. They can afford to order things in bulk and you can't, and they've already got their plant set up and using slave labor and shit. I can't say that they are or not, but not slave labor, just Chinese labor. Yeah, it'd be pretty heartbreaking if you've really spent a lot of time and effort developing a product and they just waltz in and Sorry, no more for you. Oh, everyone's been doing videos about Klein and Behringer because it's the latest clickbait topic, so all the channels are doing it and fucking cut and copy. Chat GPT, write a video about. Sometimes that's what it feels like. KDH, he's a Scottish guy, eh? I do like him. Gotta watch out saying who you like though, because so many channels just turn 180 and change what they do overnight almost. Just put a little bit more of a curl on the end of those frets, right on the tip. Since there is a bit of a roll to the edge of the fretboard from the previous refretting, just do what we can to make sure they all close up tightly on the end. KDH does research though. Well, Brad, that's why I'm glad Toman's bought H&K versus Behringer. Yeah, he's Irish, is he? Right, so KDH. Yeah, from memory, KDH is yeah, he's good. His videos are good. I tend not to watch gear videos, even though it is sort of my industry. It's the last thing I want to fucking look at the end of the day, champions. I want to watch videos about whiskey or walking in the Scottish countryside or motorcycle trips across Pakistan or something. I don't want to read about fucking amps. Funny because pedals have always been cloned and they aren't complex. Yeah, they're not that complex, but the first guys that came up with a few of them, like, you know, you got your standout pedals, a bit like amps, signature circuits. There's only so many ways you can really do what they've done, but it's sort of like the architecture that you're ripping off. The problem happens with channels when it's your full-time job. That's true. Yeah, when they've got that, they need to source all their income from the channel. They need to do whatever they can to make that coin. Imagine how precarious it is trying to be a full-time YouTuber. At any moment, YouTube could just say, nope, no more for you. Is that weirdo eased up on you, done? Has he got bored and gone on to someone else? I saw he's like, yeah, I don't ever leave my videos up. I don't want people watching my videos. It's like, yeah, it's probably because we'll fact check them and see that you're a fucking raving lunatic. Oh, as soon as I say that, drop a fret. So he puts up videos and then deletes them straight away. What a psycho. I hope he leaves you alone and finds some other person to fucking troll. I would have just blocked him straight away. I haven't got time for that shit. Oh, Leon Todd's a legend. He's more than a review channel though. He's like his channel's a proper hangout space, you know? That's what I think you got to try and cultivate. A place where people want to go to hang out. Like a pub, mate. Down at the pub. Leon, because he's such a personable guy, it's just it's always great content. He's just a gun player too. He's a household Terminator. People like that, they'll attack you for anything. It's like, oh, you're too commercial. Oh, you don't review enough gear. You're not commercial enough. Oh, you're this, you're that. It's like, They don't actually care. They just want to disparage someone, and they don't care what they're disparaging you for, as long as they're doing it. Sales have increased. After all, the Behringer Climb pedals lawsuit sales have increased according to Sweetwater. Okay, of the original. I've seen that happen, Brad. Nope, you're done. What? I'm not done yet. Otherwise you'd have a neck here with all the frets in. I bought some overlooked vintage gear on his reviews. Absolutely love the gear now. Cool. Is that Leon Todd's advice? It's a bit of a boring stream, champions. We'll get the fret press out next, and talking about full-time YouTubers getting the axe. Yeah, they just bang. See you later. I think that's kind of why Big Clive went to Twitch, but Twitch could do the same thing. It's just a really sketchy way of existing, I think. Like, I've got mates in the journalism trade that actually write for like guitar mags and that. At least there you've got like a contract or full-time job, and you got some degree of accountability, I'd like to hope. I guess people are probably speculating the Behringer clone will have to be changed, and the one they're selling now might be collectible. Oh, hang on. Are you saying the clone sales went up and the price has increased? I thought you were saying that pushed up the price of the originals, which can happen sometimes too. Someone brings out a clone, they go, "Oh fuck, the whole market's going to be flooded with clones soon. Let's get an original and hang on to it." Which is apparently what's happened to the Messer Mark II-C market since they did the reissue. Or so I hear. Alrighty then. Reconfigure bench top. Vacuum up all that stainless dust. At the end of the day, YouTube's all about serving companies for advertising than the creators, yeah. I've got a few offers to sell shit, but I just keep saying no. One of them was a pretty good offer, like one that I probably should have taken, only because it wasn't just flogging a thing, it was actually taking part in a thing for free, and then giving an honest review about what I thought of it at the end of the course. But I just don't want to have any sort of conflicting interest that I get accused of enough shit, let alone actually being fucking of giving them more ammo. Put the stainless dust in some paint. Sparkly finish. Mr. Sparkle. There's a car not far from here, parked beside the road every day. That's someone's done the Mr. Sparkle Homer logo on the bonnet. Everywhere I went in Japan, it was really hard not to say, ah, Mr. Sparkle. Because there was all the crazy imagery everywhere that makes you think of it. Do I need the tape? No, not for now. Put that away. I need the little neck guide. That one. Need the coils. Need the hammer. Plenty more metal shavings where that came from. Alright, get my presticles. There she blows. Brad, I think that's how I found your channel. It was the Tokyo Guitar Shop tour. Ah, was that when I was with Six? With I didn't do a Tokyo tour. I did a oh, that would have been, oh, now it's awkward. It's trying to focus on my face. That was when we were in Hamamatsu, was it? You're watching someone clean or you pay someone to clean your house. Jesus. Gotta reassess your life goals, champion. There's the mini Allen key. Put it in the bag. I was in Japan, yeah. So that was when we toured Hamamatsu. I think we did a live stream. Oh, I did a live stream in Hamamatsu. I did a live stream also at Akihabara in Tokyo. That was more electronics than music though, because they often don't like you filming in their stores. So you sort of have to ask beforehand, and then language barrier is an issue. So. Sumimasen. Kore wa Australia din. Where's my... I've got a little riffler here which I use for cleaning the glue off the fret coil. Where the fuck is it? It's walked away. There it is. Travel vlogs do well. Yeah, I think people that either can't travel or are trying to plan a trip. I used to watch, well, I still do watch a few just silent walking channels, and just you switch off, and I often have them playing in the background while I'm doing paperwork at night, and you can glance over to it, have a sip of your beer, and just dream and daydream about being on holidays in another country. There is a funny guy I watch, because obviously I'm drawn to like somewhat crude people and just lunatics. So there's a guy I watch called Small Brained American. He's got balls of steel, that dude. He'll travel anywhere. Does not give a shit. He'll never settle down, that bloke, I don't think. Yeah, you got that mate that just can never sit still, can never stay in one town. Always switching between jobs, always switching between girlfriends or partners. And I think he's one of those blokes that he's never going to settle down. He'll be travelling for his whole life. Good on him. We'd all be doing that if we could, eh? Just got some acetone to help get the glue residue off the fret coil. Didn't clean it well enough last time. Where's me riffler? What's the car repairs? I was especially surprised when you went to the electronics shop on what they had. Anything I get now, I have to order off the internet. Yeah. It's good if you need stuff straight away. A few issues in Japan with IRL streamers, yeah. Yeah, they can be real obnoxious about it, particularly places like Kyoto, where they sort of don't respect the local culture. And they stand in the way and block people while they're trying to tell this narrative. That's why I like just the silent walking around with your camera on. Just do a bit of research before you go there. I was under the impression that it was rude or forbidden to film at shrines. I think because I'd seen a few shrines where they had the no camera sign. But apparently, I just assumed maybe it was all shrines, so I didn't film any shrines. But Six tells me that that it's not a thing, apparently. And it's only some shrines where there's a lot of tourists that they put it up just because tourists would be standing there all day with fucking cameras. Like that one at Asakusa, the big famous one. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, they had signs there for no cameras. But apparently it's just because people just stand there and get in the way with their fucking cameras. I'm gonna stop watching another sub because the sign in the back told me to. It's not for you, man. For trolls, you can just go. Whoop. Michelle reckons it looks like flick off. I'm like, don't ruin this for me. Don't ruin a good day, Michelle. Don't ruin a good day, Matthew. You know what that's from, don't you, Dun? Gonna go make a nice bonox and have a lie down. Have a little nap. Get your jammies on. I might leave the spring off for this one. Normally have a spring so it returns back. I grew up watching cars get fixed. My dad's a panel beater. King Parrot, you know what? Jace just got a well, they got a sponsorship deal off Jace. So they're using head first now too. Got to try and get some of my other metalhead mates onto the head first train, so I don't have to repair their shitty production amps every second week. Alright, let's go for a champions. Let's clamp this motherfucker. Eyelet setter. You could be adapted to that. At the moment, this is my fret press, but it's just an arbor press. It can be used for anything, really. That is a classic video. It's a fucking awesome video. Shit on the liver. I just love, oh, what's his name, bass player, how fucking mentally unstable he looks. Alright, so I use a dab, just a dab will do, of medium viscosity cyanoacrylate on the very spine of the fret, just to lock it in. I noticed the head first in their practice space. There you go, yeah. Head first is in Melbourne. Yes, it is, yeah. Mark. Jason is in Melbourne. I caught up with Jason and Alex over there. Last time I was in Melbourne, we went for a few beers. However, I'd had a bender the night before and it started drinking around 12 midday. We were supposed to have lunch, but the kitchen was late in opening at this brewery that we met them at. And of course, the boys I was with were drinking like 8-9% beers. So by the time they got there, I'd had a few of them under my belt, and then they played catch up. And before we knew it, we were all shit faced. And here's me riding around scooters after about 20 standard drinks in the CBD of Melbourne. Somehow I didn't die, but I looked at the Google location history on Google Maps, and we were like riding down the motorway and shit. Whoops. No bruises. In she goes. Little bit of glue leaking out, so I'll just get some acetone, tiny bit of acetone, and now it's probably too late. That's alright, that's what a scraper's for. With my palette knife, with a little bit of acetone and just clean up the excess. No, it's got it. It's good. She's well seated. Just suss out the first one. Make sure everything's comfy and everything's going back home like it should. And with this glue, that's set now. I should probably have both views open. Sorry. So I'll get a art knife, known to you guys as an X-Acto. Had one before, there it is. Just check that the fret's nicely seated. Hear that nice firm tap. Consistent across the fret, so it's a nicely seated fret. Your apprentice did pretty well when you were building the boards. That's awesome, and couldn't get my girlfriend or wife to even want to do that. You got a real winner there. I do have a real winner there, and she enjoys it. She finds it therapeutic. I guess it's like anything. You don't have to be skilled in it to be able to make. Okay, so let me rephrase that. There's a difference between electronic skill and fine motor skill. You just teach them what to put where and what the guidelines are, what the specifications are, and they can build it. They don't need to know exactly what they're doing. They just need to know what's right and what's wrong, and how it looks when it's right and how it looks when it's wrong, what possible pitfalls there are. And ideally they have to not have netball every weekend too, so that's the main issue at the moment. So I'm just putting a tiny bead right on the tip of the tang, just so it pulls a little bit into the groove, and then that hardens in the little track that the barbs on the tang make, and then it sort of locks the fret in. And if you need to remove that in the future, you can just heat it up a little bit with a tiny bit with a soldering iron, and that softens the glue and lets it out as if there's no glue there. Looks like a treat. Again, not nicely seated. Sorry, hiccups. Just got a customer, champions. 1 sec. Just got a customer coming in with the Chibson. And he's bringing in his Blues Junior, which I have done work on in the past. Apparently he's got some underlying fuzz happening under the note. So we'll check that out briefly. I did tell him I'm not taking in jobs at the moment, but since I have looked at that before, I'll check it out. So you just plug it in how you normally plug it in,
yep.
Like your effects and everything.
Yep.
And we'll have a listen. It's otherwise been behaving itself, has it?
Yeah, man, going alright.
Yep.
Everything's just happening all at once.
Yep, that's how it works.
Yeah, you sort of feel like you're starting to get on top of stuff. And,
It feels like that with cars.
yeah.
Like something will go wrong with one of them, something goes wrong with the other one. And
Like, then you've got to fork out. So this is something I noticed on it as well. So there's...
oh yeah, power dropping in and out.
Yep, so that, which is just a faulty, but it brings those in.
Yeah, that's weird. That might be an actual, this cable shorting out.
Okay.
So can you unplug that for us and just isolate that one cable? I don't trust those molded ones that much, but there's not a lot in the right angle ones that's worth it. Like there's no real great quality ones.
Like, my biggest thing is I just don't know where to start on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. So if that's making the others dim, that means it's taking the power supply out for a fraction of a second there, which means it's shorting out. If it was just that one pedal going down, it'd be going open circuit rather than shorted out. So what I might do is I'll just test that with the multimeter and see if we can get it to do the same thing, just between a positive and negative. Well, can't get it to do it, but it might be touching one of the other ones maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How much would power supply affect these? Like,
In what way?
so like if you get, like you look online, there's $400 power supply versus.
Yep.
You
Just
know,
plug that back in for us if you
Yep.
can. So the biggest price difference is just like the quality of the connectors. The fact of whether or not it's isolated is the biggest one.
Okay. So that's probably one factor to consider. So
Yeah, so the non-isolated ones can present sound issues, noise issues, sorry, the more pedals you add, because each time you add a pedal you're adding a ground loop. Having said that, if you're not using like a lot of gain, you can sometimes get away with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the biggest cost increase. The isolated pedals, where every single pedal output has its own like transformer winding, essentially.
Yep.
There's a lot of cost in scaling up to many outputs in that case. Whereas the cheapy ones just have all the output jacks are in parallel, basically. So you've got one standard output, and then
So it just goes,
exactly, yeah. Now you can remove ground loops by other means, by like lifting a ground on each of the cables, but then you lose a bit of redundancy there. It's just sort of leaning on one of the cables more than the other. So yeah, look, it's sort of a case, most people will start with the cheap one. If it works, they keep using it. If they have issues, they'll go up to the next most expensive. If that's got issues, they keep going up, and eventually ended up at the one they probably should have bought in the first place. You know.
Poor man always buys twice.
Yeah, so there's good options from like Friedman. I sell the Ernie ball ones, which are super tiny. The name's escaping me, but I've got one up here, which is a non-isolated one I just use for testing. T-Rex make a decent isolated and non-isolated one. You got the MXR Power Brick or something that's called. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but you've also got Strymon make a good one, pretty decent quality one. So there are plenty of options now. So yeah, you want to plug that in and just get it. Yeah. Did you just want to use this guitar? No, you're right. Just plug that in. I'll keep going over here and see if you can recreate it for me. Of course, just be aware that this is the one bench where everything works perfectly. It's only when you leave the shop that it plays up. There is a bit of noise in here. There's a Wi-Fi router upstairs, I think, which is right above us.
Oh, yeah.
So you get a bit of sort of hiss from that. I should go up and buy him a good one. Just give it to him. There you go, there's a quiet one. On the house. That just sounds like the character of the overdrive to me.
So is that just...
So what you're hearing there is like the intermodulation of the two notes.
Okay.
So you're hearing a sub harmony. Just have a go at that for a sec. Oh, I'll get along the lead, hang on.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like the low frequency sort of undertone that you're hearing, yeah?
Okay.
Like I'm asking, is that sort of what you...
Yeah, so from what I can hear, like, I just thought I was hearing like a, like a staticky sort of sound over the top of the actual clipped note.
Yeah. So,
But,
do you want to bring me in, however? Oh,
yeah,
right. When I turn the tone down, you're hearing the actual character of the overdrive. So I'd say that's just how it breaks up. So that's like a... You can hear there's nothing on the amp.
yeah.
I think that's just the character of that overdrive pedal. Did you notice it sort of starting around the time you got it, or?
Yeah, and I just kind of thought it was. I just thought it was that. Like,
look,
and then,
it can be a combination of the speaker. The speakers in them aren't fantastic. They are a little bit crispy in the top end.
Yeah.
If you played that with like a ET65 or something that's like similar to a Celestion Creamback, that rolls off the top end quite a bit. Some of the Jensens and that sound particularly harsh with certain overdrives. I've spent time, more than I'd like to admit, on an amp thinking it was oscillating when it was just the sound of the speaker. Because as soon as I put the oscilloscope on it, I realised, oh no, it's just how the speaker sounds. And some of them can actually be that bad with an overdrive that you think something's wrong with the amp.
Yeah, and that's what can we just try this particular pedal?
So just back into here, yep.
I've just gone isolated here.
Yep.
Because it's one of the ones that when I plug in, I just... So what do you normally set? You go to 10? Is that?
Look, it is pretty bright. The key is when you turn the pedal off, it goes away. So.
Okay,
if we use the overdrive that's in the pedal, that's just the character of the overdrive.
So that noise on the top, that was just the...
It's just the pedal, yeah. So that's the overdrive from the amp. That's why a lot of people will prefer amp distortion, because it's a bit, often it's a bit smoother.
Yeah.
It can, like, it depends on the amp.
Yeah.
But some pedals can have a bit of that sort of,
Like
you can really tell when it cuts in and cuts out.
Yeah.
So that's a crazy amount of gain for So yeah, she's a pretty harsh sounding pedal.
Yeah.
But when you turn it off, it's gone. So yeah, probably just need to get rid of that pedal, eh?
So these are fine. The,
Yep.
These two, that's just the character coming through it, and that's just a noisy pedal.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah.
So that just needs to go. Yeah.
So everything else is working alright, it's just that overdrive thing.
Yeah, and then I like...
Have you got any other amps?
No, just this one.
Right.
I did have a Marshall JCM, but I've got rid of that.
Yep. Sounds right.
That's, man, honestly, like at home, it sounds like this has got another gear in it here.
Yeah.
Like in this room, like I feel like this.
So a lot of speakers will come to life when you give them a bit of juice. They'll sound a little bit brittle, a little bit sterile, I guess you could say, at lower volumes. Whereas when you crank them a bit, it's also your ears too. There's a thing called the Fletcher-Munson curves, where it actually changes your hearing's frequency response as you crank it up.
Yeah.
That's why everyone thinks stuff sounds good when it's turned up, because your hearing EQ curve sort of changes.
Okay.
So at low, you've probably seen on hi-fis and stuff, it's got the loudness button.
Yep.
So that's to compensate for your hearing changing EQ at lower levels.
Yeah, right.
So at lower levels, you press a button in, and or vice versa, depending on the circuit. So yeah, so they knew that was a thing with hi-fi stuff. So actually, that's what that button was for. So just crank it up, mate.
Yeah, honestly, in here, like when I played at home, I pretty much have it same setting. I'll probably have the master at probably 6, dialed down a bit. But yeah, like when I listen to it, I'm like fuck. Like when you watch, you watch videos and fucking all that sort of stuff, and I go, I cannot hear that noise in anything, and I'm like, I think it's something, could be something there, but
look,
like
the way see, the thing with pedals is it's Lego blocks that all fit together but don't necessarily work together very well. So everything can plug into whatever. But yeah, sometimes you got to do a bit of trial and error to see what works. That sounds like a pretty good setup. That compressor at the front was compressing almost not at all how you had it set up. So now that's actually compressing a bit more, which will give you a bit more. So the sustain, think of that as the threshold that you see on the Pro gear. That's the threshold. So the more you turn that up, the more it compresses, and then you compensate for the level difference by changing your level.
Okay.
Tones, just tone.
Yep.
Single coil and a humbucker, I'd say that'd change between two. It's probably between two input levels, you know, because humbuckers have a higher output. So that might be if you've got two guitars, or say you've got a humbucker on the bridge and a single coil in the neck, you might switch between one or the other to suit whatever. And blend is just like that's the full bypass signal, I assume, and then that would be the fully compressed signal. So that allows a bit of attack to still get through around the compressor. Yeah, it's pretty decent sounding compressor pedal. It's sort of, you can't tell it's there until you turn it off.
Yeah, that's what I find. It's sort of like,
it just evens stuff out a bit.
Yeah, it just gives it a little
probably
fuller sound.
It'd be good if you're doing clean stuff with the flanger and whatever, because it'd take the bite out of your pick attack a bit and just smooth it out a bit.
But what you've just heard there,
I don't think there's anything wrong with the amp. If you plug straight into the amp and you're not getting that,
that's what I couldn't diagnose, because I'm like, well, I've got nothing to go back on. I don't have another amp at home to sort of plug it in.
What you were describing can happen quite often. It's usually either a bad connection somewhere, or one of the preamp valves, or sometimes even an output valve starting to go microphonic.
That sounded like it had fucking
Another thing that can cause it too is just debris in the back of the speaker. So you got your speaker basket at the back of it. You can sometimes get like, well, in some cases like cockroach eggs and shit in the back of that area, and it just bounces against the speaker cone. Not stop it, but it'll just rattle, or like specks of dust in there, bits of sand or whatever. If anything gets in there, it can sound like distortion. It's actually just debris rattling against the speaker surround. So yeah, part of the service is blowing it out with compressed air and just making sure there's no loose stuff in there. So, well, that's good. A bit of weight off your mind. Nothing wrong with the amp.
Oh, 100%, man. Like that was one of the things I've we've got a ton of work coming up with a new venue as well. And I'm going to start to sort of do a bit more like switch between acoustic and the electric stuff, just to change it up a bit and give it a bit more flavour. And then when the more recent times I've pulled it out, I'm like, I'm just, I'm hearing something, I'm going mad. Am I like, sometimes you just need to, professional, just
crank it up.
she's fine.
No, it should be fine. Generally, if you're having sound issues and you plug straight into the amp and all the issues go away, it's like the process of elimination. You just got to track down where in the chain it is. Just take out one thing at a time and narrow it down as best you can. Are you playing acoustic into this through the pedals? Okay, so you got just straight into the PA or something?
Yeah, so I've got, I'll send that into a DI, just an active DI, and then the DI goes into the... Yeah,
sweet. I was just going to say that.
With this, I don't know whether to... I actually need a microphone to
mic it up.
Yeah, mic it up.
Yeah.
So.
I've got some of the Audio Technica ones up there, and I think I've got a CAD audio one which is designed as a side address dynamic, so you can just hang them straight over. It's better to have them on a stand so you can fine tune their location. But they do work. They're sort of a rip off of the Sennheisers, but about a third of the price.
How much is that?
I think they're about $200. Just one sec, hang on. Champions, champions. Talking about Java, boys. Look out. I tried to learn Java back in the day. Not that back in the day, but only like 2010 or something. Because BSE Works essentially used JavaScript for its high-level programming. So instead of programming 18,000 lines of code to drill 18,000 holes, you could form a loop, and in 4 lines you could drill 18,000 holes using increments and stuff. Did you like my No, I didn't upsell him anything. I've got those CAD mics here, which is, yeah, like you say, the cost-effective, not cheaper, Sennheiser 906 or whatever they're called. It's funny, eh? Like, you look at the US price, 95 US. Then the local recommended retail is 6 times that. So 300 Australian. So really, 3 times that. Basically 3 and a bit times that. Should do a side by side with the Sennheisers. But why do that when Lyle's already done Sennheiser tests? No, it'd be good to compare with the CAD mics though, because they're cheap. I really like that Royer that he's using though. I've got to get my hands on one of them, but having a store, it's like, fuck, then do I want to sell them? Who distributed them? Then you got to start an account, and then want minimum order quantities. It's like, fucking there. I'd rather just not know they exist. Have you been able to tell I'm getting a bit over the retail side, champions? A lot of work for not a lot of money. A lot of questions every day for not a lot of pay, or no pay. Sweet as, bro. On to the next one. I don't know what ECMA script is. Ever tried drop shipping? Doesn't work unless you're buying cheap shit. For instruments it doesn't work because every single instrument needs a check over and set up before dispatching, and the factories don't do that. Even if they say they do, they don't. Oh yeah, our staff looks over every instrument before it leaves. No, it fucking doesn't. You just take it out of the larger crate and you put it in a fucking, you put a shipping label on it and out it goes. Don't give me that crap. So then, you know, like 6, I think used to drop ship some stuff and experience the same thing, so he's just like, no, fuck that. Yeah, I won't drop ship any instruments anyway. Strings and stuff you probably can, but they're pretty easy to stock. Accessories, yeah, so accessories and stuff you can, but I tend to stock them anyway because they're the kind of things that people just buy on the spot, like impulse buy. But instruments and that are hard to stock because A, you need like every instrument under the sun. Like every model's got 3 colorways, and there's like 1,500 fucking models. And everyone's got their heart set on that one, you know? No bigger lie than the Sweetwater 49-point inspection. Yeah, what a load of bullshit. Sunny Zubin. Take it easy, legend. Have a good sleep, mate. I wish I was doing the same. I could go to bed again. Nah. Smart using a small bottle of CA glue. I had a bottle leak on me. Oh, I glued my tuner to the table and other things. I learned don't store CA or other stuff over your work table. Yeah. I also get small bottles because you use fuck all, so it just goes off. I don't think I've ever completed a bottle. If I have, it's because I've been fixing a veneer panel or something and used the whole bottle in one go. But it goes off and goes thicker and less effective over time. So I like to always have a fresh bottle. I've got sealed ones in Ziploc bags in the fridge. And if I'm going to use one, I take it out and let it get up to temperature, room temperature, before I open the lid. Because otherwise moisture condensing in it can shorten the life of the glue as well. You've probably seen at hobby stores and that, they'll have the little mini like bar fridge with the glass front where they sell the glue out of. Yeah, I've found the glue in the tubes, the little foil tubes, tends to have thickening agents added to it. You can't get the real thin stuff, and I don't trust that little tube not to leak. I don't know. The other thing with the super glue bottles is they're good for holding stuff down while it sets too, because they're made from polyethylene or whatever. The glue doesn't stick to the bottle. So say you've got a loose timber strand, you can glue it and hold it down with the bottle, and when you remove the bottle's not stuck. So they're handy from that point of view too. He's from up in Newey, bro. Birthplace of Silverchair, Screaming Jets, many other bands. Got a soft spot for Newcastle. Almost had a threesome there once. Almost. Band I'm talking about. What are you thinking about? Daniel from Silverwater is Silverchair is a dick. Receipt. I think you mean rest of the band of legends. It's just a tortured star, mate. Tortured star. Technically from Melbourne, live over in Auckland. You're an RAAF kid. You're not in the R. You mean your parents were in the R, or your parent or parents were in the RAAF? Is that correct, or are you in there too? He was a dick in high school. He's just a dick. Okay. Michelle hates him for some reason. I don't know. She's never met him or anything. But I think Michelle would wholeheartedly agree with you there. If she's in the chat, she'd probably be backing you right up. Michelle just randomly hates people for no particular reason. like what's the name? One of the Australian pop stars. If Michelle doesn't like you, she'll mispronounce your name on purpose. That's like her ultimate insult. Alright, what about a 12mm spacer for the heel? Dad born in Malaysia, as it was called then, Malaya. Ricky Lee. No, Mum and Dad hated Ricky Lee because their house backed onto her house at the Gold Coast. I'll give you the address if you want. No, so she was living with her parents at Gilston in sort of west of in the hinterland of the Gold Coast, and Mum and Dad's house backed onto their house, and they'd have all these parties playing douchebag music and shit and wanking each other off about how good they are until like 4 in the morning. So Mum and Dad used to always call the cops on them. Malaya is now called Malaysia. Right. My mate's daughter's name's Malaya. Oh, Ricky Lee. Yeah, they had like a gated house, like you had to like intercom them for them to let you into the fucking drive up the driveway. Dad used to just shoot pebbles at their roof at 6 in the morning when they partied till 4 in the morning. Didn't you, Dad? Was that you saying that, or was that someone else? Bloke across the road. Ricky Lee. Does anyone know why she was famous? Like, I don't even know. Did she even have any songs on the radio or anything, or was she just one of these people that was born famous? I don't know. Cribs Gold Coast edition. No, who was it that Michelle hates? She's the blonde chick. Who's very disingenuous voice. Yeah, probably Australian Idol. Oh, she was only a finalist. She didn't even win it. Really? She made that much money from not even fucking winning. Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell. Big Brother, same thing. Yeah, whatever. Same shit. Same shit, same fucking video production team. Alright, switch to the flat plate, because now we're doing the heel section. But we're in that sort of transition bit between the heel and the what's your name? No, it wasn't Sophie Monk. Sophie Monk's actually somewhat likeable. I almost had it then. Australian pop star. Australian pop star. Oh, you got Delta Goodrum. She calls it Deltra. Delta Goodream. Delta Goodrum, Australian singer, songwriter, television personality, actress based in Sydney. Yeah, so she's the one that Michelle hates. Delta. She calls it Deltra Goodrum. Don't know why. I think she just doesn't like the way she speaks. Yes, I think Sophie Monk's the cool chick. Ring My Bell. Was that her song? No, Sophie's not a monk. That's just her last name. Maybe she was supposed to be a monk and she said, no, pop music's better. Delta Goodrum. I won't play anything because she'll copyright strike me like a motherfucker. Born to Try, Hearts on the Run, Wings, Dear Life, Lost Without You, Together We Are One. Could you write more fucking generic song names? Keep climbing. This is not me. The river. Not me. Not I. Let me be there. Bare hands. I think I understand Michelle now. That's my girl. Ah, different chick. Okay. Colette. I don't know who Colette is. Isn't that a fashion brand? I think Michelle likes the Ring My Bell song. Colette. Tell you one song that has the best fucking chorus that has ever been written. Just the best chorus ever. Once I clean the glue up. Sheryl Crow, 1996, If It Makes You Happy. That is the best chorus ever written, that one. Sheryl Crow, what a legend. If Billy Corgan was Australian. I'm not going there. Today. Alright, we're up to the 15th fret, champion. I'm going to press all of these in. And then I am going to have a bite to eat. I ordered a wrap just before I went live. I ate half of it, then I'm going to eat the other half. I've got so much work to do, champions. I don't even know how it's going to get done. I need to do paperwork when I get home, but I need to work in the garage when I get home, but I need to be here, but I need to work here, but I need to work there, but I need to work everywhere. I'm trying to just keep the squeaky wheels happy at the moment, but if anyone finds that out, they're just every wheel's going to start squeaking. I want my job done. I want my job done. Never rated Smashing Pumpkins. Look, their early stuff was cool. Despite all this rage. I saw Smashing Pumpkins, would have been 2000 and... My brother broke his ankle because he was drunk and tried to jump over a fence. 1 second. Sorry, champions. Where was I? It's the beauty of a refret. You don't have to get your head back in the game like you do with a repaired amp repair. With amp repairs, you're sort of like, shit, what wild goose chase was I on before I answered that phone call? What red herring was I on? I wonder what red herring tastes like. Where did the term red herring come from anyway? Not covering it. ELO. ELO were fantastic. Don't bring me down, down. Some of my customers are in ELO cover bands. I think there's 2 of them in Sydney. Well, mate Phil, another bloke I've got a really overdue repair for, Roland JV35, which one in like 20 times that you turn it on, it won't respond. How the fuck do you solve that? Yellow's more 70s. I was 4 when the Yellow started, yeah. I was minus 14 probably. I think you're like 8 years older than me or something, done. I don't know. I'm 30. I wish. 41. 41? Am I 41 or 42? 41. Jesus. A clue or piece of information. Yeah, I know what it means. What I'm wondering is where the original term came from. Like, why do they call that a red herring? Is it something to do with catching them? Red herring. Red herring. What's the etymology? Not etymology? Yeah, etymology. Not entomology. That's insects, isn't it? Logical fallacy. History. There's no fish species called red herring. Rather, it's a name given to a particularly strong kipper. Okay, so it's the wrong fish. Made from fish, typically herring, strongly cured in brine or heavily smoked. This process makes a fish particularly pungent smelling, and with strong enough brine, turns its flesh reddish. In this literal sense, as a strongly cured kipper, the term can be dated to the 13th century. It's probably a good thing I was muted for that conversation, champions. I think we would have all lost a few brain cells otherwise. Jeff Lynne was pretty damn good. Yes, he was. Is he still kicking? I was just giving you the history on the term red herring, and it makes fuck all sense, so don't worry about it. 14th century English. ELO last concert ever is coming up. Yeah, in Hyde Park. Oh, what a fucking way to go out, eh? Listening to KMFDM this morning. I've never listened to them before. I don't know anything about them. I've seen the logo and the name everywhere since the 90s. But I just never... don't know. Just never investigated. Sounds like industrial punk. Pretty cool. I might investigate further. Everyone thinks of ELO in what was that? Billy Madison? Yeah, Billy Madison. Where he calls his old schoolmate to apologise and he crosses him off to murder list. With the perfectly cast, what's his name, Bulgy Eye Man? Steve Buscemi, that's it. Thank you, Emu Sandwich. Make me hungry. Brad, I've given you a few things, but Rockin' 1000 has posted a few videos lately, and man, that's a bucket list concert I want to see. Rockin' 1000. Oof. Acetone making me high. So I can't really watch other videos on here because I'll get a strike. But Rockin' 1000 musical group, musical project, originally created in Cesena, Italy. Over 1,000 musicians play and sing simultaneously at their concerts. What? How will that work? That sounds fucking horrible. I'll check it out though. They probably selectively unmute their mics. Jesus. 1,000 musos. Bad enough managing fucking 3 of them. As I'm sure most of you will attest. Alright, they're all sitting almost flush, maybe maximum 0.5 mil over the fretboard end, which is great because it means we'll have very minimal dressing to do. And that means we won't heat the fret up too much and it will just not be a pain in the ass, which is what we're going for. Dressing the fret ends on the guitar necks are a real pain in the ass. Holding the neck firmly to do it and keep the angle right and making sure you don't eat into the lacquer, bite into the lacquer. Sometimes the edge of the fretboard's not perfectly straight too, so you do have to kind of bite into the lacquer a bit and just touch up the lacquer afterwards. It's all doable, but you try and minimize the work if you can. Don't make more work for yourself just to get you back to square one. Playing 100 sits at once would be fun. Well, someone's done it. My mate. No, not my mate. I wish he was my mate. What's his name? Look. Mum. No. Computer. 1000 oscillator. 1000 oscillator mega drone. I don't think he's the kind of guy that would copyright strike me, but you never know, eh? It's a breakneck. It's a dog eat dog world. Yep. Patreon appeal. Alright.
that will conclude this 4 months of pure boring soldering and just ridiculously long hours just putting this thing together.
Whoa.
Sweeping up to the point.
He's a madman. Yep, it's a Fender neck. It's a 1994 Fender Strat. He just put a fucking massive supercharger on his Mini. He's doing up a Mini Cooper S or whatever. He put a turbo on. The snail's the size of the engine. Not snail, you know what I mean. Snail's a turbo. Euro rack. Yeah, he builds his own racks, I think. He's got like his own, I don't think it's like 500 series or actual official Euro. It might be Euro rack size, but he makes all his own chassis because he's a madman. He's more cowbell, yeah. He is mad, but he's incredibly lovable as well. Seems like a lovely bloke. And he seems like the kind of bloke who would actually stop and say hi. I just hope he doesn't bite off more than he can chew and burn out, you know? It seems like the constant thing to go bigger and better. He relicked the Mini. Did he? I missed that. I'll have to check it out. I haven't watched his stuff for a while because I've been too busy, but he makes me laugh in a good way. He seems like a massive legend. Him and Heinbach. I like Heinbach. I saw Heinbach, because all YouTubers get abused. No matter how good you are or what you do, there's always someone telling you should kill yourself. So what Heinbach did was got all the horrible comments he's gotten and recorded them to tape, and then ran the tape in a loop around various bits of furniture and stuff in the room, and the tape slowly degraded to the point that the comments were no longer you know, audible. You couldn't make them out. That was kind of cool. Heinbach tape loop decay destruction loops. Hate loops. Desk share.
Hi, I'm Heinbach. Good to have you.
Hi,
back.
I'm Heinbach.
This video deals with the difficult topic of online hate and the...
Yeah, I'll have to mute it for a bit until he starts doing it, because otherwise he'll flag it. But he ran it over like razor blades and shit. And it just slowly decayed into nothingness. And he turned it into an art exhibition. And you can see it getting all frayed. He ran it over sandpaper and shit. Sorry, just reading the comments. Trying to catch up. What song are we talking about there, Peter? What's the other standard? Euro rack and 500 series racks. I don't think they're the same, are they? 500 and Euro rack? They're a different spacing. 500 are taller. Alright, champions, all the threads are pressed in. So I'm going to go and grab a bite to eat. thanks for joining us again. Probably head back over to my guitar bench over here to do the rest. I don't want to make mess at the main bench. I've got to clean up over here, fuck's sake. Take it easy, legends, and catch you on the next one. I honestly don't know when I'm going to get time to get much video content out, so I'll probably just hit you with the occasional live because I just don't have time to edit anything at the moment. I'm so far behind. So let me just head down, arse up it for a while until... I don't know that the demand's ever going to tail off, but just try and get a bit of sanity back so I can get back into my hobby of editing videos because I do love it. I've got to wait. I've got to do a video on the FYM boards too, just to show what the concept is, because I've had a lot of questions which could easily be covered by a professionally produced video. So that might be the next thing you see. We'll see how we go. I'll probably see you. I won't see you on Saturday. Got stuff on. I'll see you Thursday maybe. See how we go. Anyway, take it easy, legends. Have a good one. If you can't be good at it.